Deputy. And indeed, ladies and gentlemen, the Deputy Minister of Transport, Honourable Deputy Minister Lisa Mangu, joining us in the room right now. And please also give him a warm round of applause as we welcome him to day 2 of the National Aviation Conference right here at the CSIR Convention Centre. Thank you so much, Honourable Deputy Minister, for joining us. It's an absolute honour and pleasure to have you in attendance with us this morning. If I may ask that we all remain standing, because we will, of course, honour today with a national anthem. I think it's only befitting that we do have our Deputy Minister as well in the room, that we may perhaps remain standing and just sing the national anthem and start today in a patriotic way. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Deputy Minister, in case you're wondering, we have singers in the room. In aviation, however, we belt a note sometimes. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome once again to day 2 of the National Aviation Conference. It's an absolute pleasure to be with you all once again here this morning. But to observe protocol, I'd like to first acknowledge once again the presence of the Deputy Minister of Transport, Honourable Minister Lisa Mangu. Thank you so much for making time for us this morning. I'd like to also acknowledge Chairperson of the SACA Board, Mr. Ernest Kosa. It's a pleasure being with you, and thank you for joining us, sir. The SACA Board, thank you once again for coming and joining us. The Director of Civil Aviation, Ms. Poppy Kosa. Thank you as well, ma'am, once again for a beautiful conference, well organized. Captains of industry joining us this morning, again, CEOs, aviation partners, stakeholders, the SACA executive and staff, as well as our distinguished guests, members of the media. Thank you so much all for joining us. This is the day 2 of the National Aviation Conference, and a lot to unpack today, very limited time, and I would once again ask that we do respect the time that will be afforded on stage, because it is a Friday, there are commitments for the weekend, so we'd like to keep tight on time, and our panel discussions as well, may we please do the same. Just also another request before we get to the business of today. There's a feedback form that I would like you to please ensure that you fill in, just to give your reflections from yesterday's day one deliberations and discussions. It would be great to hear from you. So please, I appeal to all of you to give us feedback on how day one went, and you would also then give feedback for today and how it would go. So I'll remind you again after day two to give that feedback. But also, on your name tags, remember behind your name tags, there is a QR code that I'd once again remind you to make use of. Scan it. You'll find all the detailed profiles there. You'll find the program as well for today's activities so that you are informed. Also, the Wi-Fi, once again, it's free CSIR. ICC Wi-Fi. So make sure that you're connected and you're able to, of course, connect and just share what you are experiencing, seeing, learning, engaging on, even on social media. The hashtag being 2024 NAC. That's the hashtag you can use on all our social media. But also, make sure you are checked in on today's conference. So on your name tag, again, in front, just where your name is where all of our kind assistants at the reception registration desk would be able to scan you in. So please, ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you are checked in and verified for today. So that's all I think I can remember, and I'm sure I'll keep you updated with any other requests throughout the day. But let's reflect, speaking of reflections from yesterday, we placed a whole lot of focus on security and safety in aviation. And today we'll be placing focus on sustainability, but also the human experience in aviation. So I have a few of my own reflections that I've noted in as far as what came out on stage. And first of all, I'd like to highlight what the DCA had to say with regards to the expectations of the state and how they're duty-bound to adhere to the programs as dictated by ICAO. Now, she furthermore spoke about the future of the global aviation industry, this, of course, including but not limited to the RPAs and advanced air mobility, which, of course, will be likened to the Ubers in the air. She also spoke more about actions that need to be taken to improve aviation safety, quite important given some of the accidents and incident statistics that have been mentioned right here on stage, but also the ever-present threat of cybersecurity. And that, of course, was ventilated more in detail during the panel discussion on cybersecurity in aviation. But also reflecting on the panel that discussed entrenching safety in aviation, also in a more South African context. You would remember that panel consisting of 5 members, moderated by Ms. Bongi Mtlokwa. They spoke highly and at length about the need to inculcate a culture of safety and security in aviation. They spoke about how they are also intentional as experts in the field about promoting a culture of safety, but also how even individuals are not given feedback on a more regular basis, and that needing to change, that all reports need to be taken seriously. IATA also spoke extensively, you would remember, around the concerning rate at which some reports go unreported, some incidents rather, go unreported, making the data a bit more compromised. But lastly, I think, one of the most engaging and captivating presentations we had were from the Commissioner of the Border Management Authority. You would remember Dr. Michael Masiapato, just of course ending off the day, speaking more extensively about the challenges at the ports that they face on a daily basis, the absence of a single regulatory authority. He also likened the situation to trying to enter a school and asking for a principal and being directed to 10 individuals, all claiming to actually be the principal. And you would know that he's not a big fan of confusion and distraction. He wants one system that is consistent and that is effective and sustainable. So all of those came out on day one, and we're looking at more thought-provoking discussions as well today on our last day of conference. So I am excited, and I hope you are too, and ready to engage and ask those questions. And as we kick off day one, we have to do the right thing and, of course, acknowledge the Deputy Minister of Transport before he comes onto the stage. But allow me to acknowledge the man that will be giving us the official introduction of the Deputy Minister, Honorable Lisa Mangu. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome onto the stage the chairperson of the board at the SA Civil Aviation Authority, Mr. Ernest Khosa. Yes, let's mic so everyone can hear this compliment.
You can see there's better color coordination.
Oh, it's about the coordination. Thanks, Chairperson.
Program Director, Deputy Minister of Transport, the Honorable DM Lisa Mang, chairpersons of sister entities, my colleagues from the board, from the SACA board, CEOs of our sister entities, and all stakeholders in aviation, the SACA executives and staff, our distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It's my singular honor this morning to rise to introduce to you none other than our Deputy Minister of Transport in our country. But before I introduce the Deputy Minister, I just want to share with you my three most profound observations about the journey that we have traveled thus far. DCA, this is our fourth conference as a board. I've got no doubt my colleagues from the board will agree. I see they are all here. And I've made the following very profound observations. The first is there's a marked change in the profile of our delegates to this conference. The first change, very evident in the number of women, a much more gender balance and diversity that we have now. This says a lot about the past 30 years. Let's put our hands together for that. The next important observation I've made, it's the rainbow factor. I see we all here, we all represented black and white. This also says a lot about the past 30 years. Our hands together for that. But above all, and on a tongue-in-cheek basis, it's just the way we all look, the way we come so dressed up here, dressed to the nines. As I was seated earlier on with the Deputy Minister, I had the pleasure to be next to the CEO of AXA. And I just saw how she looked. The color coordination, I saw no innocence at all, the way the color coordination was. And I think the same can be said of all of us. We look so well, we're well dressed. If at any point in time, Vogue or Gentleman Quarterly would like to see how we all appreciate fashion, I think they should start attending our conferences. Let's put our hands together to all of us. I imagine this will set the tone for the engagements that we're going to have here today. They're going to be lively, as they were yesterday. Deputy Minister, this is the second National Aviation Conference that you are attending with us. You gave a keynote address in the same event last year, and at a time when the aviation industry was speeding towards a full takeoff again. And I believe that the Deputy Minister takes the issues of aviation safety and security and sustainability as seriously as we do, and as seriously as he used to do as chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Transport. Now, Deputy Minister, you are no stranger to the transport sector in general and to the aviation sector in particular, having been appointed by the President of South Africa to your current position in March 2023. Prior to this, Deputy Minister serves as chair of the Portfolio Committee on Transport that's responsible for oversight of this whole sector. This is the committee that is responsible for holding the Transport Ministry, the department, and its entities to be more accountable to their legislative mandates. Now, earlier on, the Deputy Minister was reminding us of the chronology of things. And he emphasized the committee was responsible for holding the Transport Ministry, number 1, the department, 2, its entities, 3, to account for their legislative mandates. So next time, Deputy Minister will visit the Portfolio Committee, you account. We will just support you from the side. For those who have watched these engagements on TV, you will remember that these committees' proceedings were normally very heated and robust, as difficult questions were posed. In the past few years, these questions came from him. And we from the SACA board have had the pleasure and privilege to engage with him in that capacity. And if I were to say this tongue-in-cheek, we survived all the tough questions, and consequently our engagements with him and the committee were always cordial. And as we all know, the main reason is because SACA is well-run under the humble and firm stewardship of the Director of Civil Aviation, Ms. Poppy Khoza. Let's just put our hands together. I'm not introducing her, but so, Hlati, for those who don't know, this is the Deputy Minister's name. It's an immense pleasure for us to have you this morning. I should add that I remain grateful for your expert leadership and stellar support that you have given to the aviation industry over the past year. You have been a pillar and source of guidance over so many industry and governance-related matters that we have brought to your attention in your term of office. And to quote from Rosalind Carter, who once said, "A leader takes people where they want to go. A great leader takes people where they do not necessarily want to go, but ought to be." This has been an example of the leadership from our minister and deputy minister. And may this continue. And may I once again, as I'm about to call upon you to come to the stage, Deputy Minister, thank you for joining us this morning. We have all seen you on your T-shirts, on your aprons, but you took the time today to put on your suit again to talk to us. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Deputy Minister of Transport in the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Manu.
Oh, your notes. I'm wondering when the board term is ending. The way he's speaking so nicely, I suspect that maybe the board is due for renewal. So all your compliments have been well taken, Chair, and I've made side notes when that time comes up again. Don't worry, relax. Well, good morning, everybody. It's so good to be here. Just greet somebody on your side, man, and with a big smile, and give them a high five. Give them a high five and tell them to relax, you know. Tell them they're in the right hands. You know, Chair, like a program director, like I always do, in an aviation safety conference, I assume you would have done it yesterday, but I would have spectacularly failed in my job if I don't take you through this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board on this flight 002, departing shortly from CSIR Conference Center to ICAO in the unlikely event of a loss of cabin pressure, masks will drop in the panel above you. So, Prof, you can see I'm ready after elections if anything happens. So pull the mask towards yourself and hold it, cover your mouth and nose, and tighten it here. The mask will not inflate, although air will be flowing. Program Director, thank you so much. The SACA board. And I said it DCA, ne? And you didn't believe me. It's fine. Program Director, the SACA board, members, chairperson, thank you very much for the warm welcome and introduction. The Director of Civil Aviation, Ms. Poppy Koza, the Department of Transport, colleagues who are here, headed by the acting DDG, CEOs of entities and associations that are present here, members of the media. I saw Prof. Lamula. I didn't see other CEOs. Last year I had the online privilege to meet a couple of CEOs of aviation, and I'm yet waiting for my free flight ticket. But it's okay, Prof, you will take care of that. I trust you. You see, I should not have made that announcement, DCA. So good morning, colleagues. As the chair has said, it's very amazing how a year so quickly flies that it's just over a year ago that we gathered like this in a similar conference. And it is once more my singular honor and pleasure to be amongst you, to be given this rare privilege and honor to address you at this very, very important conference. Today, once more, we have gathered again to advocate for aviation safety, security, and sustainability. It is once again a great pleasure to use this platform to engage with the people responsible for safety and security of air transport beneficiaries ourselves. We are, of course, today reminded once more that our responsibility extends further than just safety and security. We are also called to play our part in ensuring the sustainability of the aviation industry for generations to come. As a department responsible for enabling the economy of this country, we are looking at the regulator, which is the SACA, and the people in this room, all of you gathered here, to be able to direct us in the right direction. One of our strategic outcomes speaks to ensuring that aviation is an enabler of service delivery. Aviation is one of the modes of transport that contributes to the economy of our country by connecting people and moving goods and services from one point to another. If the services we offer as an industry cannot ensure the safe delivery of people and goods to their intended destination, we cannot rest knowing that we have failed in our duty. At a developmental level, we see transportation, whether it is by air, by sea, by road, somebody is sabotaging me, Chairperson. Apologies for that. Whether it is by air, by sea, by road, or by rail, as an enabler of social emancipation and a key contributor to an economy that works. So therefore, our responsibility is much more serious than just creating access to all modes of transport. But we have a fundamental duty to ensure that this mode of transport remains sustainable for future generations. The ideal is emphasized even further in the 7 Apex priorities that were launched by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, my boss, His Excellency President Ramaphosa. At the beginning of the current administration cycle, which is coming to an end within 8 days from now when we go to the polls on the 29th of May to choose an administration that should take the baton and continue with the race to deliver a better South Africa for all as we usher in the 7th administration. The question, therefore, we should ask ourselves, as gathered in this room, as citizens, as captains of industry, and as those responsible in government and in other spheres and branches of the government, in relation to our role towards the development of a society and growing the economy of this country, is whether we have done enough to move the needle to achieve these ideals. Is aviation accessible to the majority of South Africans? Is aviation safe and secure? And will this industry be around for the next generation to enjoy like we are enjoying now? Chairperson and the DCA, I really hope that as you gather together with your board collective, you do share commitments and perspectives that will provide the necessary and strategic direction to pilot this aircraft towards the right direction. I am certainly hopeful that intriguing conversations that started yesterday and will continue today have provided a good foundation, a good basis that will help us achieve and respond to some of the questions that I've asked to you a bit earlier. I am acutely aware and keeping in mind that the global aviation community has reached very ambitious resolutions in the 41st ICAO, in the first ICAO General Assembly in 2022, on a variety of issues such as safety and security, climate change, cybersecurity, and skills, among others. I've also observed in your program that there will be a lot of such discussions today. As a country and as a signatory state to the Chicago Convention of 1944, we can never bargain on matters relating to air transport safety. In other words, it's an unnegotiable or a non-negotiable. Security and functionality. This is because we must, at every opportunity, give assurance to each traveling passenger that every flight will culminate into a safe landing. We must give assurance to our cargo operators that this is still the best way to move their merchandise to any corner of the world intact. And the challenges that are faced at our ports should be an opportunity to the aviation industry to take that gap, to make sure that the economy doesn't suffer because of the bottlenecks we experience at our seaports. Program Director, as I was making my way here to the venue this morning, I was reminded, and the chairperson in his introductory remarks before I came up the podium, of the journey that we have traveled in the past 30 years of this democracy we are celebrating in eight days to come. The chairperson has eloquently and succinctly highlighted his observation, which I surely share. This being my first day here, but I surely share the observation that he made of yesterday, and I bear testimony to that. It is not something we would have seen in 1994, the demographics. It would have been unheard of that all the civil aviation entities are led by women and black women for that. It would have been unheard of. It would have been unheard of that a minimum of 50% of the cabinet of President Ramaphosa is women, and not just women, but capable women. It would have been unheard of that as you jump into SAA, you can hear, and other airlines, you can hear female pilots announcing that they're in charge of that pilot. So it is this 30 years that we are celebrating in 8 days to come. In its wisdom, government created these entities as implementing arms of government, policies and centers of excellence that we have seen particularly in the aviation entities. We have seen excellence that will enable service delivery and ensure high-quality products and services to the industry. As the transport family, it is encouraging, Program Director, for us to witness the quality of output that we have enjoyed from all these entities. At the level of the regulator, we have witnessed South Africa as a state being mentioned amongst the top 20 aviation states in terms of the International Civil Aviation Organization ratings. Not only have we enriched the value proposition that South Africa has to offer, but we are also the go-to regulator to help for many countries, not just in Africa, but around the world. At the end, the sixth administration, our sixth administration has stood firm in its collective belief that we have it within us to build a better Africa and a better world. And we remain committed to this ideal and exploit all the resources at our disposal. We can achieve more. As I said earlier, Program Director, 8 days from now, we will be celebrating Freedom Day, a day that reminds all of us of the immeasurable sacrifices that have been made by individuals and other nations to break our country away from the chains of unjust segregation caused by the previous apartheid regime. Our Freedom Day, as we celebrate, go beyond just the commemorative act itself. And as President Nelson Mandela said in the first installment of the Freedom Day, that, and I quote, "It is a day," he said, "our hearts beat as one as we renew our common loyalty to our country and our commitment to its future," I end quote. Surely, this view will always invoke a collective yearning for a unity of purpose that must resonate in all of us. Engagements such as the one we have here today, which started yesterday, are but springboards to this unity of purpose that we must express in actions needed beyond this particular conference venue. Our engagements yesterday and ending today should bring us closer to solutions that must place us all in a better position to go out there and implement safety and security measures that gives us a competitive advantage and edge to attract more users of our aviation services and infrastructure. As the chairperson said earlier, I was complaining to him that I'm not used to putting on a tie and a suit. So this morning I realized that I've lost a lot of weight from crisscrossing the country. So he said I should wear a suit. He instructed me. So ladies and gentlemen, Program Director, this will continue to contribute to the overall efforts that eats away at the dehumanizing poverty faced by so many, still drastically reducing glaring income and wealth inequalities with greater agency and reversing the discouraging levels of unemployment, especially among the young people and women. All of which remain a major dent on the efforts to build an equitably prosperous South Africa. As we reminisce, let us take a moment to reflect on some of our great successes over the years and use the 2 days that are ending today as a moment to also pat ourselves on the back and be proud of what we have achieved thus far. Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, a concerted effort continues to be applied to the transformation of the industry. We must thank all role players for your progressive commitments across the public and private sector, including the commitment that remains visible across the research and academic sectors in their contribution to building a truly non-racial, non-sexist cohort of young aviation professionals. This ensures that we all contribute to the broader vision of developing the capabilities of all South Africans, an aspiration that will always be tied to ensuring that we grow our overall competitiveness as a nation while developing and deploying our enterprising aviation industry as one of the most important avenues for economic growth. Seated here amongst us, of course, is a new group of young professionals and aviators who in times gone by would not have had an opportunity to pursue a career of being a pilot, an aeronautical engineer, or an air traffic controller within this sector. It is highly encouraging that such growth as envisaged for the industry in the long term happens alongside efforts to transform the look of the industry, and today more than 8,000 of around 27,000 plus aviation license holders who are pilots, engineers, air traffic services, and cabin crew of South Africa are black, colored, and Indian. This is a 30% slice of the overall license holder statistics. Granted, of course, this is not the end goal we have in mind, but we are counting our wins today, and this improvement matters to us. In the President's State of the Nation address earlier this year, he delivered under the theme, I quote, "Leave no one behind," and I end quote. And I would therefore like to encourage the aviation industry gathered here today to ensure that no one is left behind in the growth and development of this industry also. There have been some significant and historic milestones along the way. In 1998, a native from the Limpopo province broke all taboos and barriers to achieve what many before her felt was not possible. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Asnath Mahapa earned her stripes and became the first ever black female pilot when she was hired to fly our national carrier, South African Airways, almost 26 years ago. Can we give that a big round of applause? To you, Asnath, while I am happy, of course, to report back to you that you are now one of the 924 black female pilots in this industry. We know that this is not enough. We know that there is still a long way to go before we can vouch for transformation and gender participation. But progress in the transformation of the sector continues to be realizable and commendable. I remain optimistic about what the future holds, and many stories like yours that will be told in the future. As the President called it, the Tinswalos. There will be many Tinswalos. Ladies and gentlemen, Program Director, I call you second after ladies and gentlemen because I didn't shake your hand like the Program Director, like the chair did. So ladies and gentlemen first, then Program Director. So next time you make sure, Program Director, you shake the Deputy Minister's hand. Then he will call you every second sentence. I have learned that part of the talks you have had yesterday included a global outlook of the future of aviation. The increasing passenger numbers, which are commendable, which are an indicator of the level of activity in this industry, show that the industry is increasingly becoming busier than the past 3 years. As we begin this 2024-2025 fiscal year, available data shows us that passenger numbers are just over 16%, close to reaching pre-pandemic levels. During December 2023 festive period, South Africa processed 5 million visitors at our entry points and borders. That's according to the Commissioner of BMA. If those figures are wrong, don't ask me, ask him, he's here. Airports Company South Africa recorded about 3.5 plus million passengers traveling through its airports, which exceeded its forecast of 3.4 plus million passengers. Our regional passenger volumes totaled 73,492, while domestic passenger volumes accounted for 2.4 million passengers. Meanwhile, international passenger volumes rose to just over 1 million passengers, breaching the 1 million mark for the first time since the pandemic. In total, more than 13,050 aircraft were processed at international airports. This is another clear indicator that we are on our way back to the vibrant aviation as we all know it. Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, this should also give a good focus to our domestic and international air servicing licensing councils in terms of their role and functions in South Africa. In February this year, the Minister in her State Aviation address announced that the air services licensing councils would now be administered by the South African Civil Aviation Authority as part of the ministerial order that she proclaimed on 10 October 2023, as empowered by Section 100 of the Civil Aviation Act, number 13 of 2009. This is as a means of improving the services on offer. This proclamation also included the development of an effective system that will enable the smooth processing of air services license applications and foreign operator permits, and include the issuance and storage of related information thereof. We will agree that there have been questions and suspicions around that space, so that gap has now been closed. The Department of Transport remains responsible for the budget allocation to the respective councils. For each budget allocation of these councils for each financial year, and such allocation shall be used towards the activities and functions of the councils. I am also encouraged by the positive response that we have received from industry since the commencement of this first phase from the 1st of February 2024. So through the SACA e-services automated system, the processing has been simplified, making it easier to receive permits. The next phase, which is currently in progress, is to automate the submission and processing of domestic and international air services licenses. Having these services functions to world-class standards also gives us an urge in matters pertaining to connecting our country to the rest of the continent and the world. I would also like, ladies and gentlemen, to remind the audience gathered here today that South Africa is in full support of the Single Africa Air Transport Market, which, as you would know, is an African Union 2063 agenda initiative with the potential of opening up the skies over Africa and making connectivity easier for Africans and hopefully more affordable. We should be encouraged by the huge benefits of this to our country, as SATAM will facilitate the successful implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area by delivering improved capacity and institutional development through a range of interventions. An International Air Transport Association survey had suggested that if only 12 key African countries opened up their markets and increased connectivity, an extra 155,000 jobs and approximately 1.3 billion US in annual GDP would be created in those countries, which is huge for Africa and all of us. It is for this very reason that countries representing more than 80% of the existing aviation market in Africa have signed up to the SATAM. Open-air agreements stimulate traffic, accelerate economies, and create jobs. This only bodes well for South Africa as one of the most visited countries in Africa, with over 45 international carriers that serve the country's various airports. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, Program Director, we have entered the second and last day of the conference. I therefore look forward to sitting and listening to all your inputs, your deliberations, and I encourage once more, although I had already, but I'm re-emphasizing that yesterday there were robust discussions, there was a lot of takeaways for everyone who's here, but I encourage everyone also to continue to absorb with great curiosity and enthusiasm all of the conversations that will continue on this platform, especially the panel discussions on sustainability and the mental health of our aviation personnel. Further down the program I've seen. So I've decided to adjust my program because both of these are very beautiful subject matters. So, as the famous writer says, I won't say of which book, let those who have ears hear, and let us commit ourselves to taking aviation to the next higher level. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me. Have a wonderful day.
If I may also take the opportunity to shake your hand. Would you like him back? All right. May I just shake my hand because I want to be first on the program. Then the ladies and gentlemen, please, with the handshake. Yes. Pictures, cameras, are you on standby? Okay, there we go. All right. Thanks, DM. Chairperson?
Lively speech by the Deputy Minister. I have got no doubt you'll agree with me that we can't just allow him to go without a token of appreciation. Deputy Minister, this is from all of us. We want to appreciate the fact that you came here to grace the occasion, but also our relationship with you. In all the conferences we had, you were never late. Actually, it was a great achievement for me today to beat you at your game by arriving 15 minutes earlier.
Give the chair a round of applause.
You have always been available to the aviation sector every time we needed your inputs, your assistance, and your interview. So thank you so much. Just to emphasize that this token is within the threshold. You won't have to account for it. I can see the colleagues want you to prove if that is the case. Deputy Minister, thank you so much. And
Thank you so much. Another warm round of applause to the Deputy Minister. And as they walk off, I mean, ladies and gents, maybe perhaps you can assist me here. I don't know if it's a matter of KPIs or accountability from SACA's part, but I mean, really requesting an anchor, senior news anchor from ENCA to be a program director and witnessing the handover of declarable goods. I think it's accountability, Nyana. You know, I mean, you could have definitely invited anyone from it. You just said, ENCA, come and see this for yourself before there's a headline in the morning about declarable gifts and goods in Parliament. So it's definitely a clear indication there of accountability and transparency, Chairperson. But thank you so much once again. I wanted to tease the DM yesterday, and while I allow some time for my colleagues to clear the podium for our next panel discussion, yesterday I put the Border Management Authority Commissioner on the stand. Should I do it, ladies and gentlemen? Are you curious, those who were here yesterday, about my next question to the DM? You sound nervous. You sound edgy. And Journalism 101 is ask the question. Should I go there? Deputy Minister, I unfairly put the Border Management Authority Commissioner on the stand and asked him a very simple question. Don't worry, nothing hectic. 30 years of democracy, 29th of May, we're going through the elections. You don't have to declare beyond what you can. However, which party are you definitely not voting for on the 29th of May? Raise your hand if the party is... Should I go there, DM? Let me leave it there. You will give me the exclusive. They'll have to keep tuned to ENCA for that exclusive. But thank you once again for showing commitment as a department to supporting the efforts of SACA. I've also been, keeping updated just last month, the Department of Transport also committing to resources and aiding and assisting in as far as cargo handling and upgrading and showing improvements in our airports is concerned. So these are amongst the other efforts that we've seen in as far as commitment is concerned from the Department of Transport. So DM, we're really excited to see how this collaboration alongside SACA and the aviation sector will of course come to fruition. I want to move on now to our next panel discussion. And just a disclaimer to my panelists that we're going to keep this as very energetic, vibey, insightful, conversational as possible. Looking at the time, we're 4 minutes to 10 o'clock, so we have around 45 minutes for this conversation. So please prepare to be engaging, to be brief, so that we can give each other time before we break for tea. But we'll be talking to captains of industry. And, oftentimes we speak as experts, but we would like to hear from our leaders in as far as commitment is concerned. How far along are they in some of the innovative solutions and strategies that they promise to implement in their organization? So as I call upon your name, please come to the fore. And the first person that I do call upon, may you please take the first seat on my right, your left, and then my last panel member, please take the last seat. But joining us to form part of our panelists, first and foremost, we have Professor John Lamola, the CEO of the South African Airways. Please give him a warm round of applause as he makes his way to the fore. And Prof, you may please take to the seat on my right, Ms. Nozipho Mdawe, the CEO of Air Traffic Navigation Services. May you please come to the fore. Ms. Nozipho Mdawe. Yes, please, Prof, the first one. And thank you so much for joining me, Ms. Nozipho Mdawe, whom I've just called upon right now. You may take my next seat. Ms. Mpumi Mpofu, the CEO of AXA. May you please also join us to the fore for this conversation. And you may take the third seat, Ms. Mpumi Mpofu. Ms. Raburekwi Nkambule, the Senior Manager at Aviation Meteorologist at the SA Weather Services. A round of applause. May you please come to the fore, Ms. Kambule. Last but not least, Mr. George Mutema, the CEO of BASA. Please come to the fore and join us and take on the last seat. Do I have Mr. George Mutema? All right, he's making his way. Thank you so much, sir. You may come to the fore. All right, I think we are pretty much settled. Hopefully you can see me where I'm seated with the light. But thank you so much to our colleagues for moving the podium so we can all be visible. Thank you so much. Ladies, gentlemen, thank you so much. A pleasure having you. And being joined once again, I see familiar faces from last year's National Gender Aviation Summit. And thank you so much to the rest of my panelists. I think to start off this conversation, let's reflect back, because yesterday we had a conversation focusing primarily on safety and security within aviation. We know that today our focus will also be on sustainability and the human experience later on during the mental health panel discussion. But if I may ask you, each of you, as an opening question, starting with you, Prof. Lamola, what efforts are you taking, as an organization to enforce safety and security, not only for, your cabin crew, for your staff, but also for the general public? What is SAA doing under your leadership?
South African Airways greets all, and the Honorable Minister and my colleagues. South African Airways, of course, has an impeccable safety track record, as was indicated in the presentation yesterday by the CAA official. For about 37 years, South Africa has not experienced any major commercial safety incident. And in South African Airways, of course, we have a safety management system that is ingrained and inculcated in all aspects of our business, beyond what is required by us, by the CAA regulation. Safety is the first and central thing to everything that we do at South African Airways.
And for yourself, Ms. Mdawe?
Good morning to everyone, to the Honorable Minister, to the board members. I see the board members of ATNS as well, to the executives of ATNS, good morning, and to other CEOs that are present and officials that are here. ATNS prides itself by the work that we have done in terms of making sure that we ensure that the airspace is safe. For over the past 30 years, since we were born in 1993, there has never been any incidences that are really indicating that our safety is compromised. We've never had any incidences where the recipients of or the end users of our services have experienced any unsafe incidences or catastrophic incidences. Our mandate is to ensure that we provide safe airspace. We continue to do so. We've got measures in place in the organization, one of which our culture promotes that our employees, they come forth indicating where they have done wrong to ensure that we identify areas of improvement, and that is called just culture. We operate and ensure that we comply to the standards that are stipulated by ICAO. That also includes measures that we put in place to ensure that the procedures and the routes that are defined within the airspace are ensuring that the movement of aircraft is safe and efficient. But also, we are also ensuring that our training and development, we used advanced technologies to ensure that we provide improved training and development for our employees. It is for that reason that our training is not limited to South Africa. The provision thereof is not limited to South Africa, but it goes beyond South Africa into the continent, to about 34 countries in the continent, as well as outside of the continent. We do a lot of training. So we are trusted in terms of the training that we provide because it ensures safe operations within the airspace. Our regulator, which is the CAA, ensures that they hold us accountable for the work that we do, and there's continuous audits. We are held accountable for ensuring that we meet the standards that we have set, but also the strategies that we have promised to deploy in terms of safety. We've got SMS maturity systems in place. We also comply to the Kenzo standards, which is a global civil aviation of the national, not national, but the navigation services providers in the world. We comply to those standards. So there are various measures that we put in place, compliance measures that we put in place, including the ESG as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mdawe. Ms. Mpofu, for yourself, AXIS perspective.
Thank you very much. And again, all protocol observed. Deputy Minister, recognize your presence, board members. The airports company South Africa is responsible for 9 airports of the biggest commercially operated 9 airports in the country. So we operate quite an extensive network of airports, and safety and security are largely our primary priorities that drive our business. So we quite clearly are a highly regulated industry, has been indicated by my colleagues, and we are governed by both ICAO and ACI, the Airports Council International Safety and Security Guidelines, which really dictate to us in aviation security and in aviation safety what standards we must meet, how we must operate, the compliance level we must observe, etc. Again, we are heavily regulated, but also heavily audited by international organizations. And just in addition to safety, I think the aviation safety record in South Africa speaks for itself, whether it's from an airline, ATNS, or airports. I think the one challenge we might still have is in the general aviation. But as far as commercial aviation is concerned, we have a clean record, incident-free. And thanks to the guidance of the regulators that have really been strict on this. But let me just emphasize the issue about aviation security, which is a matter that doesn't actually apply to my other colleagues as much as it does to us. We run a really tight ship on aviation security in collaboration with other government agencies that are responsible for security. So we have a primary responsibility on aviation security, but we work with BMA, we work with state security agency, we work with SAPS, the police, and we work with our own security companies that enable us to provide a secure environment in our airports. We segregate our operations firstly on landside, which basically includes where the public interface enter the airport. We have standards for landside security arrangements. We have standards for terminal security, and that basically means how we operate within the terminal building, right up to what we call CSP, the Central Security Point. And we are heavily regulated but operate with very stringent standards that we have to meet in relation to that. S-side is even a stricter environment where our aviation security standards are well implemented, guarded, and operated on the basis of. We collaborate again with all the stakeholders, with the airlines, with ATNS, and more importantly, with others who are given the similar responsibility. The most important thing is airports are ecosystems, and ecosystems that require all of us to work together to attain exactly the same standards. We are audited by ACAO on the security side. We're audited by FAA, the Federal Administration of the United States. We're audited by TSA, Transport Authority of the United States. And the simple outcome of that is if the day we fail one of those audits, particularly in respect to the United States, they stop flying their aircraft here, period. So as long as you see an American airline landing in one of our airports, you must know we've passed the test, we've been positively audited, and there are no findings, and they are happy with us. They are very strict, and each country does that. They come and audit and make sure that we're providing a safe, because it is the interest of protecting their own passengers and their own citizens.
Absolutely.
That they are landing in airports that can secure and be safe for their citizens.
Thanks, Ms. Mpofu. And I suppose when I come to you, Ms. Kambule, the question is the same, phrased differently. How does the SA Weather Service collaborate with the airlines and the airports to promote safety and security in aviation?
Thank you, Program Director, the DM, the DCA, my fellow panel members, all protocol observed. South African Weather Service, in terms of its objective, is specifically for safety, is to contribute to safety because our information that we provide is to ensure that it is scientifically based. It is information for decision support to contribute to safety. And it's not new that we are based on the airports. And we contribute to the AMC, we contribute to air traffic and navigation, and the systems that we have, even for the infrastructure that we provide the information from, because it's critical to have the up-to-date kind of infrastructure that provides the data, because the integrity of the data that we use actually matters. Therefore, the equipment must be maintained because we use that data to provide decision support to enhance safety. And this is not the work only that we do for South Africa. We contribute nationally and regionally, even into Africa. And we have got over 150 years of data, which is critical for the support in terms of also the developments for the airports, where the airports must be erected, because we provide aeronautical summaries for the airports as well. So it's very, very important that we be aware that we have got standards that also informs the work we do. We are audited by ACAO. We've got the methods oversight that resides with the regulator. We are ISO accredited. We've got massive data, and we've got massive equipment that actually helps us do the work that we pride ourselves in providing that, because even the accuracies of our data that we supply to aviation is presented to the stakeholders on quarterly basis, and we far exceed the targets that we always set, because we also have got the regulating committee that looks at our performance in terms of what we are doing. So we exist to ensure that aviation is actually safe and is the livelihood of aviation is secured. And that's why we are here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kambule. And I mean, I'm hearing a lot about a good story being told about the efforts being made to ensure there's safety and security within aviation. Perhaps, Mr. Mutema, as you answer, the same question and tell us your stance in as far as BASA is concerned, also maybe share with us some of the challenges in continuously ensuring that there is safety and security measures in place in aviation.
Thank you, Program Director.
We can't hear you. Can you hear Mr. Mutema? May we have the mic, please? In the meantime, while you sort out Mr. Mutema's microphone, please. May we have the mic? Keep testing, sir.
Hear me? Is it better?
Yeah.
Is it better?
Is it better now?
All right.
Okay, so as an association, we're practically playing a role of a watchdog. Part of that process involves us being part of the development of the safety and security regulations. We participate in 2 programs through the CAA, representing the entire industry. We've got a committee called AVSEC, which practically looks at safety and security related issues under the Civil Aviation Authority. So we play that role of ensuring that we are at the forefront of developing, the rules of the game, basically to make sure that there's safety and security, which then goes through a CARCOM, which is a recommendation that goes to the DCA in the first place in terms of the set standards that need to be put in place. But also we get involved with the regulated entities in terms of ensuring, as part of the example, is that we've got a joint service standards where we look at a number of related safety issues, security issues, performance of the regulated entities. So we play that role in making sure that if there's an incident, we're able to address it well in advance on behalf of the industry. But also when there's issues around any of our airline members, because we represent a body of members, we step in immediately. If the CAA has a particular issue with one of our members, we step in to make sure that they get to compliance. And we assist in that regard in ensuring that there is a general compliance with safety and security in the country.
Right. And as we continue to explore, of course, even today's focus and theme on sustainability, I'm sure there will be answers of, safety and security coming up. But Prof, if I may just come to you around, today's theme of sustainability. How does the South African Airways prioritize sustainability in its operations? And what are some of the initiatives that perhaps have been already implemented to also further reduce carbon emissions?
Sustainability is a broad concept. So South African Airways, as an African airline and as an African corporate citizen, or corporate citizen in Africa, we look at sustainability from 2 perspectives. The first perspective, of course, is from our responsibility as an airline that is a member of IATA, that is committed to the zero carbon achievement by 2015. And within that, as part of the broader airline community on the African continent, we are cognizant of the high-level challenges that we have as a continent, as the airlines of South Africa. Okay. Part of which being that, for us to achieve some of these set goals, we need to have a particular kind of technological achievement in terms of the kind of aircraft that we are able to fly. Most of the aircraft that we are flying in Africa are old, okay? And they will, of course, be the emitters for a long time to come. So there is a challenge in that respect, broadly, that we are appreciating. South African Airways currently has, of course, a fleet renewal plan. And as part of our fleet renewal plan, there is a challenge that we get aircraft that is younger, that use less fuel, therefore that are less polluting the environment. And beyond that, we then have our own internal interventions related to reducing our damage to the environment. For instance, the amount of plastic that we use in our cabin service, where there is a drive currently to ensure that that is reduced. And that goes to other interventions that are related to how our facilities are converted to where we use solar, as was announced recently. The excavation of the fact that South African Airways has a property value of about 6 billion rand unencumbered, which means that SAA has a very expansive roof footprint, which we are currently trying to convert into using for solar. But if I may, ma'am, as I said, there are two dimensions.
Right.
The first dimension, I said, as an African corporate citizen, we view sustainability broader than just merely environmental sustainability. It has to deal with financial sustainability. It has to deal with social sustainability. As a company, we are very unapologetic when it comes to transformation, when it comes to the dialogue, the dialogues and the major discourses that are going on globally around issues like sustainability, where we are very cognizant of the fact that, as someone said, that the ruling ideas of every epoch are the ideas of the ruling classes. So we are very sensitive that we are not, that we keep the African agenda on the question of sustainability. And we are not just, as an African corporate citizen, just following unquestionably some of the standards that have been set by our colleagues in the first world. I got into this industry about 24 years ago, and we were, at the time, there was this thing about noise, where the Europeans were worried about noisy aircraft. And many of our aircraft were not allowed to fly in Europe. I was at Denel Aviation, and at those days, we made a lot of money of hush-kitting aeroplanes. And we are worried that we are seeing the same danger now, that very soon, many African airlines won't be allowed to fly on the European airspace because there are emitters and so on. So we are very cognizant to all those dimensions.
A fine balance, between ensuring, the African dynamics, the context of, African dynamics, but also looking at what the first world countries are dictating at the moment. But also a good point you mentioned earlier, Prof, around the complexities of the word sustainable, given the fact that it's much broader than just environmental. There's also social, there is transformation involved. And I wonder, Ms. Mdawe, as I come to you, how do you balance, as the ATNS, the need for that sustainable development with the demands of increasing air traffic and limited resources?
Excellent. One of the things that we need to remember, that the balance then requires certain tools, certain solutions to be deployed. Technology becomes one of those tools or platforms that we can deploy to ensure that we create that balance. But also, we need to understand what does sustainability means to us. We have had sustainable development goals that were defined in 2015. How well have we executed on that as a continent? As a developing, we're all, defined as developing countries within the continent. How well have we done that? With the cultural diversity that exists within the continent, it's quite important, paramount, that we understand what it means to us. What it means to us, that we need to make sure that we have the basics in place. It means we need to make sure that we think about the future generation that has to come, or that is born today. I'm talking about now Alpha generation, Alpha generation. It also talks about the future technologies that we need to deploy today for the future. We also need to ensure that there is protection of our environment, both in terms of security, but also in terms of cyber security. The future is volatile. I have to be honest with you. If you look at what is happening currently in the world of technology, where there are cyber attacks left, right, and center, we need to protect the environment. And what does it mean to sustain that environment for the future? It means that the security solutions or cyber security solutions that we deploy today, moving into cloud, moving into space, and making sure that we define other platforms, but also meaning that we need to be ahead of our game. There are certain priorities that we've defined as ATNS, one of which is improved connectivity. And improved connectivity is driven by technology, but also by ensuring that our environment is safe. We operate 6% of the world airspace. That's our responsibility as defined by ICAO, or as allocated to us as ATNS by ICAO. In other words, the oceanic airspace is part of our responsibility. Therefore, there has to be some level of collaboration between ourselves and the shipping in the maritime sector, because there's a common area that we need to manage and secure. There has to be collaboration with the manufacturers of aircraft, because what it says that we need to understand what should be the future sustainability of our airspace environment. The aircraft that are being manufactured today are going to be here for more than 30 years. And if we're not going to be to ensure that as ATNS, we couple our strategies to that what the manufacturing industry is really focusing on in terms of their strategies, will be left behind. But also when I talk about improved connectivity, it also talks about SATM, making sure that no country is left behind, but also making sure that there is seamless movement within the airspace. That talks to the collaboration with the airlines as well. It also talks to the collaboration with the developers or the policy developers in terms of regulations, if you look at what is going to happen into the future. So there's quite a lot that we need to talk about. But climate change, I mean, look at what has happened in Dubai.
Yeah.
Is it man-made? Because you know that they've been making a lot of effort in creating their own rain. But is it because of the climate change? Who knows?
Yeah.
But what we know, we need to make sure that we sustain our environment in making sure that the environment is protected by the technologies. The adoption of future technologies, as I said, but also looking at cost reduction efficiencies that we need to deploy in our environment. Airspace needs to be managed efficiently to cater for to create capacity for the future demand.
Yeah.
Definitely demand is there.
Right.
Definitely demand is there. But remember, we also have drones that are coming in, the unpiloted aircraft. We need to ensure that they are part of our environment. We excel in making sure that we manage that airspace. Currently, we're not managing it, but we need to make sure that we clone it, we manage it, because it is the danger of the future.
Right. I'm glad you also mentioned Dubai as an example. I'm sure everyone saw the floating fly Dubai, airplane. I was like, this must not come to South Africa, whatever happens. And Ms. Mpumi, perhaps you can promise us as AXA that our airports are, safe. SAA won't see itself floating somewhere, but also Ms. Kambulu must also promise that there won't be cloud, CD. There's a lot to promise today. But in as far as AXA is concerned, I mean, what steps have you taken, Ms. Mpofu, to address the impact of climate change on African aviation? And furthermore, how does this impact sustainable development?
Thank you very much for that question. Let me just start by emphasizing the global governance arrangements that relate to aviation, just for clarity, because I think this point is sometimes missed. ICAO is responsible for really overall regulation and does so through member states. The triangle that actually regulates aviation consists of IATA on the left-hand side, which is responsible for airlines, and ACI, Airports Council International, which is responsible for airports. So it's that triangle that basically interface and regulate all of us, primarily at ICAO level. But the airlines go to IATA, we go to ACI. And the important issue related to that is all airports are governed by ACI standards in relation to a number of programs. The first very important one is the carbon decarbonization program, of which we are an accredited member. And that is a system that actually aims to get all airports towards the sustainability goal of net zero by 2050. I must indicate that whilst ICAO took the decision in October 2022 in relation to that aspirational goal, it was IATA and ACI that had taken the decision in 2021, in effect, that led to that. And now what you really have is all the international agencies with the same aspirational goal, guiding all of us about clearly executing that. How does that translate to an airport? In effect, first and foremost, as AXA, we had already developed our own energy demand management program that really looks at our consumption of electricity and carbon-based energies, and we had developed a reduction approach that would enable us to do that. We're also responsible for dispersing 13.2 million barrels of jet fuel as airports across our network. And by definition, that means we have a critical responsibility around carbon reduction in as far as our dispensing jet fuel is concerned, and that's how we fuel the airlines, but more importantly, just in our management of jet fuel. So we have a program that is specifically related to that. On our operational platforms as airports, we have several interventions that we have actually made. So the carbon accreditation program starts off by registering us, requiring us to measure our carbon footprint, and then works at a reduction program. Fortunately, as AXA were lucky, we targeted 3 of our main airports, OR Tambo, Cape Town, and King Shaka, obviously, as the first 3. But in fact, we had a nice bonus because Chief David Stearman came across as an accredited one. So we exceeded the global target we had set, or the international target we had set to ACI around what we're going to achieve. We have won the effort in the African continent of being the best environmentally managed airports in the ACI family, and that basically places us ahead of all of them in relation to this. So what does it translate to? One is we've introduced solar panels on our airports in order to reduce our consumption. Intend to go off-grid, having been persuaded by electricity outages that effect, because we're national key points and provide such a critical service, we really should be migrating to off-grid of all services, not just electricity, but water as well. And part of those efforts are really about reducing our dependence. So we've introduced solar panels in 6 of our airports. We also have introduced measures that reduce our dependency on carbon-based elements. Exciting is this. We are the pilot, as Airports Company South Africa, the pilot enterprise for what is called the hydrogen corridor. And that hydrogen corridor is led by the Department of Science and Innovation. It's from Polokwane, Johannesburg, and KZN. We have placed ourselves at the disposal of Departments of Science and Innovation as the right location for hydrogen production, hydrogen distribution, and hydrogen fueling of all other transport modes. Because we're airports and we have unmatched competence in managing fuel in the jet fuel space, and therefore managing the whole production and distribution of hydrogen places us in a really good place. So the next exciting project we're going to be working on, we're already their pilot, we've been to several countries globally with them, looking at the hydrogen production.
Right.
And then we start converting a lot of our operating systems to hydrogen. One example is buses that operate both on land side on air side will see themselves migrating to hydrogen. But let me also say, we've had leadership in this area, Deputy Minister. The city of Johannesburg, in both Rea Vaya and all the BRT systems, is already operating hybrid hydrogen buses. If you see a bus and it's got a big head at the front, it's 2 canisters of hydrogen that are sitting there. So in a sense, that we're quite advanced as a country in developing those systems. So we would convert our baggage systems, our tugs, all our operating systems, and transition them into a hydrogen future, because we'll be the center where it actually is produced.
All right.
There are several other carbon reduction programs that we implement, but I think those are by far the most important. So our contribution to sustainable aviation fuels, either than biofuels, is going to be in this area of hydrogen as Airports Company. Thanks.
And thank you for encapsulating it for us, Ms. Mpofu. I remember, Ms. Kambuleza, come to you, Ms. Mdawe, emphasizing on the use of technology moving forward. And I just wondered, as far as the SA Weather Services is concerned, how do you leverage on technology and innovation to enhance sustainability in aviation?
Thank you very much for that question, and I just want to compliment AXA for what they are doing with regards to the hydrogen and the solar panels. Thank you very much, because we are resident on the airports, right? So this should benefit us. But that being said, it is very, very important that we also understand that the protection of the environment is very, very critical as a contributor, or it gives negative impacts to climate change. So in terms of the IPCC, it states that the increase in emission from aviation due to the demand of air travel cannot be offset by or through technological advances only. there are other opportunities, operational opportunities that we need to look at. And these operational opportunities means that there should be some research. There are regulations, there are policies that must be put in place to ensure that we have got concerted efforts and our intentions, and we are very intentional about ensuring that the environment is sustainable. And how do we do that? What are the operational opportunities that we are looking at? We are not going to use only technology, although it's very, very critical. In fact, weather service is infrastructure intensive. We've got very few human, mostly is technology, so we use technology. But what is critical is that we have to issue a reliable, scientifically based information that helps with the decision for safety of flights. We've got to look at trajectory-based operations. We looked at the descent, and most importantly, in terms of the atmosphere, is to ensure that the flights, actually, there's an avoidance of regions that are favorable for contrail formation, that is aircraft-induced cirrus. So it's important that we be aware of this, because the climate change impact of it is that it gives intensity to the weather systems. And when we've got intense weather systems like the cutoff low, the ridging high where they connect, these systems are meant to be self-developing and self-limiting. So they've got to develop, do what they have to do, and limit themselves, come to a standstill. But with the impact of climate change in terms of what we referred to in terms of the noise and emissions, is that that kind of temperature induced by this increases these things. Now, the intensity of the system means that there's heavy downpours, there's continuous flooding, which we are experiencing. And what we have, and this leads to also droughts. It could be flood in other areas, it could be drought in other areas, which will lead to either a lot of refugees. We cannot underestimate that there's a lot of refugee flows because of this kind of weather phenomenon. But what is critical is to ensure that we have got impact-based forecasting, which in collaboration with the airports, we've got impact-based forecasting, which are in the AMC. And there's collaborative decision-making at the airport. We are using that. And impact-based forecasting actually talks about the likelihood and the severity, which ranges up to 1 to 10. So the aviation demonstration project that we have at OR Tambo, that we did internationally, the only airport in Africa, which is OR Tambo, that we did that for OR Tambo as the weather service with WMO, because we work under WMO. We did this with Hong Kong, but in Africa it was only OR Tambo that we did this project for. It gives you, it's very, very clear in terms of when at the AMC, when they are looking at the likelihood and the severity, how we need to respond to that kind of the phenomenon that we are doing. And also what is coming up is, in terms of the concept that we have for the future of aeronautical meteorology, is hazardous weather information systems. We are moving away from legacy programs like the TAV, the SIGMET. We're going into system-wide information management system, where the solutions providers will just take the information in terms of what they do, in terms of what they need to implement that. So moving into this means there's a dialogue that is required. We need to engage with the users, because this is a big challenge for the med service providers that are falling behind, that have not been able to implement what we needed to implement. Now we have moved forward as the South African Weather Service in terms of ACAO weather exchange model. So we have moved forward. We are ready for the implementation even in 2026. July 2024, there's another thing that we are implementing. So we are ready. So it's important that this kind of dialogue, this kind of conference is very, very important for also information sharing, although we've got our own stakeholder meeting, but this is even broader for people to understand what we're doing. Now, UN came up with the initiative of early warning for all. And this is for the public, it's multi-sectoral, it's for public and it's for aviation. And this is what we are doing. It says the warning must be disseminated very early. And that's why we engage even with disaster management, because it's important for us to issue information. But
Right.
once it's on the ground, it's not our responsibility. But we issue it, and it must be received on time, and it must be acted on time. This is the initiative of UN, but the implementing agent is WMO, who we reside under, World Meteorological Organization, and we are members, and we have to implement at national level. And this is what we are taking advantage of in terms of the technology to ensure that we are contributing to sustainability, because it's not only the improvements in terms of the technology that can help, but there are other opportunities, operational opportunities that need to be taken into consideration.
Thanks, Ms. Kambule.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. And as I come to you, Basa, and we're about to wrap in just a moment, but as I come to you, Basa, and Mr. Mutema, perhaps you can tell us the role of Basa, or what role does Basa actually see for sustainable aviation fuels in, I suppose, reducing the industry's carbon footprint, but also initiatives being undertaken to promote their development and use?
Thank you. So when we look at the industry as a whole globally, aviation contributes about 2 to 3%.
All right, we're struggling to hear you there a bit. Can we have Mr. Mutema's audio, please, or a mic as backup? All right, the mic is coming. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me?
Still.
Is it on? Test again.
Test?
There we go.
That's good.
Thank you.
No, so what I was saying is that in total, aviation contributes about 2 to 3% of global emission. And therefore, what it means that we've got a responsibility in line with what has been agreed with ICAO to get to net zero by 2050. Now, our biggest contribution as an association, first and foremost, from a South African context, we partnered the WWF together with University of Stellenbosch. And I see Farah is here, he'll probably be speaking about sustainable aviation fuel, to bring awareness to our members in terms of available resources within the country. The first thing that we needed to do was to be able to see whether the research gives an indication of whether or not are there any available feedstock in the country to be able, to produce sustainable aviation fuel. Now, we're quite comfortable at this point in time because we've workshopped all our members who are aware that based on the research, the WWF estimate that South Africa is capable of producing about 3.2 billion liters per annum. So we're quite clear on that side. We've done the same with the sugarcane, just bringing that element of awareness. Now, what we needed to do is then to go into the technical aspect of the production itself, because you need the energy companies to be able to produce sustainable aviation fuel so that our members can be able to uplift from there. We started a negotiation with Petro SA. I saw Dumisani is also sitting in one of the panels, and we've just agreed on an MOU in terms of introducing Petro SA as a state-owned entity, in particular because they report to the Department of Minerals and Energy from a policy direction point of view, so that they can be able to partner with our members, because you need off-takers in the first place to be able to, to produce or invest in the right technology to be able to produce sustainable aviation fuel. So we thought it's important for us to do that. But Prof spoke about one critical aspect, which is a challenge for us in Africa. One of the greatest, innovation is obviously investing in new aircrafts. Now, you're sitting with old generation aircrafts in Africa. And as the agenda is determined elsewhere, as opposed to in Africa, it's running an airline. It's a capital-intensive business as a whole. So if you're sitting with old generation, you've got obligations to make sure that you reduce your carbon emission by 2050. It means you must invest in new aircrafts. And that in itself presents a problem, I think, for African carriers. And I think that's some agenda that the African Union would need to look at in terms of ensuring, that we're able to go at a right pace to get us into a good space. But also one of the things that we're advocating together with WWF is really to get the Department of Transport as well as the Department of Minerals and Energy to determine, the roadmap for sustainable aviation fuel. It's an expensive exercise on its own. To get ready to that aspect, you need to determine the rules of the game so that the industry would know at what percentage would they need to start, utilizing sustainable aviation fuel. European Union, they've given themselves a target, 2030, they need to uplift at least close to 30%. We need to determine those kind of rules
Right.
on our side. And our job really is just to ensure that our members are aware and they participate in the program. And there's a full commitment that we've made in ensuring that there's an ability for us to be part of the sustainable aviation fuel.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mutema. And as we conclude on our conversation, you've raised, some of the challenges that also Prof. Lamola had mentioned, in as far as, old aircraft, capital-intensive exercises that have to be taken with that 2050 deadline looming, and obviously African organizations kind of trailing behind. As we conclude on this session, may I please ask each of my panelists just to give me one line or a few seconds, literally, in just the closing remarks. I know, Prof, you're smiling, but I don't know how you encapsulate professorism in seconds, because it has taken years, if not decades, to get to that point. But it's a lot of information, I understand. But really in seconds or just one-liners, closing remarks, please, from my panelists, starting with you, Prof, about your closing remarks, but also what the future holds in as far as efforts of continuing with sustainability efforts within your organizations. And perhaps, Prof, you can start.
According to the World Economic Forum, the environmental issues or this climate threat is one of the top 5 global risks that the world is facing in 2024. And as an airline, we are daily dealing with a range of risks. And by the way, unlike any other state-owned entity, South African Airways is not a monopoly. So we are dealing with serious competitive risks, and of course the issue of extreme weather events from time to time. They lead us into irregular operations, where like recently we couldn't fly to Mauritius because of the hurricane there. So we're very cognizant of all these issues. But sitting where we are in Africa, when we talk about sustainable aviation fuel, it's like talking about having electric cars in the middle of load shedding. Okay? South Africa does not have, we are struggling today on getting a jet fuel in the country. We don't have refineries that can produce jet fuel. So the roadmap that the CEO of Basra spoke about is very important, that we have that roadmap, even if it's a 50-year-old roadmap, that we can all work together around. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Ms. Mdawe?
Before I respond with my one line, I just want to put this discussion into context. What George has said is what Professor has said in terms of the aircraft, the old aircraft, and what it means to us. We provide telecommunication solutions, communication, navigation, and surveillance. If we've got old aircraft, what does it mean? The old aircraft, as an example, would have different communication systems. And let me give an example. We've got your newer aircraft having newer ones, CPDLC, which is messaging, text messaging. The old ones, which is based on HF, it's based on voice. If there is failure of any systems, whether it be load shedding, continuous load shedding, and all, they impact on the old system. And they are based on analog and not digital. So the context in the context is much dire, and that roadmap is required. And I thought it was important for me just to make emphasis and amplify this point and what it means to us. I earlier on made reference to the diversity that sits within the continent, and the fact that we need to partner with aircraft manufacturers, because we need to ensure that whatever technologies that we deploy as the air navigation service provider is in line with the future technologies that are going to be on the aircraft. We cannot, there's a dual relationship, a dependent relationship between the air navigation provision and the airline or the aircraft operation. So I thought, let me just amplify that point.
Right.
My one-liner: we'll continue to create capabilities. We'll continue to create the capacity to ensure that the tenets of the sustainability, which are the economy, or the economic aspect of sustainability, the social aspect, and the human aspect, are catered for. We'll continue to create capabilities that are required as ATNS. We'll continue to ensure there's efficiency in our system, making sure that all the platforms that we've defined to create those efficiencies are implemented. You look at your operational efficiency program, looking at airspace optimization programs that we have in place, CDM, collaborating decision making using data as a future commodity will continue. We have a department now that looks at data management, and we're collating data. We have a partner looking at the continent in terms of collating data that will help us to make future decisions so that we can deploy the technologies that are required, making those decisions for future solution provision. But also, we are in advanced stages for digital towers.
Right.
We are now out on tender looking at deployment of solutions, looking at the digital towers, where we are really going full force into digitization of our environment, including ensuring that it's cyber secured.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ndawe. Ms. Mpofu?
Let me just start by emphasizing what the future looks like for Airports Company South Africa. We are on the verge of a very exciting capital investment program. We are regulated and provided with the permission by economic regulators to invest every 5 years. The biggest investment since 2010 is going to happen right now, and you will see the face of the airports changing yet again. The danger that we face is that we would leave others behind. South Africa has 135 licensed aerodromes. AXA operates 9. And the gap that we constantly create between the AXA airports that are well-resourced, invested in, and set global standards. We win awards. Yesterday we won the best African airports at Cape Town. Durban is number 2. Johannesburg is number 3 at Skytrax, which is a global body. So we are cast on an extremely exciting future for airports in South Africa. Our emphasis is on digitalization and digitization. It is on a decarbonized future that looks at primarily alternative sources of energy. I indicated the hydrogen excitement. Coming back to the issue of aircraft, we have engaged in our capacity within the ACI world context with Rolls-Royce, with Airbus, and with Embraer. And all of them indicate that the first hydrogen-compatible aircraft will be available in 2035. What does that mean? That means we've got a decade of 2025 to 2035 to prepare ourselves for that hydrogen-based aviation with the first aircraft that become available. The issues of transition and the challenges that my colleagues were referring to about whether African airlines can adapt to that. And I think we've got a long lead time within which we must prepare ourselves,
Right.
prepare a roadmap that takes us to that eventuality so that we're not left behind. The objective reality, though, is we all subscribe to the just transition policy approach that our own country has taken. So in certain instances, we will not achieve the targets as quickly as our European counterparts do, but we will transition in a responsible way that helps us to shift and build sustainability in the methods that we use. And in all of those instances, I think we're guided by that principle. The emphasis I want to place is on the development of that roadmap with a real consensus around what the future looks like, with the aspirational goal of net zero by 2050, with technologies that will deploy with alternative fuels,
All right.
and really just migrating ourselves over the next 10 years
Okay.
to the realization of that goal.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mpofu.
Thanks.
Ms. Kambule, briefly, please.
Thank you so much. I think we've indicated that there's a change, and as the South African Audit Service, we are also going digital. And the risk that has been alluded to by the Prof, I want to say the risk is the price you pay for the opportunity. There's big opportunity in what we are facing, but the action is what separates the best from the rest. So it's important that we take this opportunity. And the fact that we are moving, the field of aeronautical meteorology is changing. I've indicated that we are moving from the legacy kinds of products, and it's important that the stakeholders hold hands with us. We want to be of service to you. So we are moving from the legacy kind of products, the TAF, the trend, and so forth. We're going into system-wide information management system. And I believe that although the LTEC does not necessarily talk to us because it's more on the SAF, but the information that we are providing to the consumers will be able to assist the aviation in terms of trajectory-based operations, and also to fulfill the aviation industry kind of green aspirations conveyed in the initiatives such as LEG. So it's important that we work closely together and we understand. And that is why the impact-based forecasting remains very, very critical to be understood in terms of where we are going. Because we are now talking about, because we don't want to leave our people behind in terms of the technology. So capacity is very important. Now we are talking about the weather forecaster within the loop, inside the loop and around the loop. And this is why it's very, very critical that we understand. We had just a conference now in Bali.
Briefly, please, Ms. Kambuli, we're running out of time. Briefly, please.
In Bali.
Yes.
But it was really about the future of aeronautical meteorology, that it is changing and we need to be there for our users.
All right.
Thank
you
very
so much. Thank you. Mr. Mutema, I'm depending on you here for the one line.
One line.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
The one line.
Well, I'll be very, won't be a one-liner, but I'll be very brief. But notwithstanding the challenges that we've spoken about in terms of the African airlines, what does the future hold? I see a great opportunity, and I think it takes leadership from our own African government, including South Africa. We have enough feedstock. Research has already indicated that both in South Africa and other African countries, we should be owning those production companies that would be supplying sustainable aviation fuel to both the domestic and international market. We shouldn't wait and have others come, use our own feedstock, produce the sustainable aviation fuel, and then we cry BEE after. I think we must be very strategic around it. And that would be a great future for job creation and wealth for the Africans. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for my panelists. Professor Lamola, Ms. Mdawe, Ms. Mpofu, Ms. Kambule, Mr. Mutema, thank you so much for your time. We may rise, and I think the photographers may want a photo op. If I'm correct, please may we take our picture before I wrap for this session. Thank you so much. May we come to the front a little bit? Is this fine? Just out. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, panelists, once again. And I'm sure you've all heard of the commitment made by our leaders from ATNS, AXA, the SA Weather Service, the SAA boss as well, in as far as commitments to sustainable development is concerned in the continent. Let's hold them accountable and ensure that we continue to promote safety, security, and sustainability within aviation. All right, as we conclude, ladies and gentlemen, just to brief you on what's to happen, we'll have 10 minutes of stretching our legs and getting our tea. Let's please return sharp at 11 a.m. for our next session. What you can expect is we'll continue to have conversations around mental health, but also sustainable fuels, aviation fuels. That's been the bone of contention and conversation this very morning. So as I encourage you to, of course, rise, we will have our tea break. Let's please return at 11 o'clock. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I just got an announcement. Please do pay attention if this is your vehicle. I've just got an announcement, or a note rather, from the registration desk. A Toyota Fortuner white, it's white in color. If that's your vehicle, registration LM83CTGP, your window is open. If you may please just check on your vehicle. Toyota Fortuner, white in color, registration LM83CTGP, your window is open. This is the note I've just received from reception, so please check on the vehicle if it is yours. All right, so as we continue off with our next session, just another quick reminder to please give us your feedback on day one, and also the feedback form is also live for you to give feedback on today. So we'd appreciate some feedback from you, and that would be great so that we can, of course, next year come back and fill you in. Just to make a note once again that we are starting our next session. So if we may please take our seats and remain quiet, and also just allow for our next speaker, please, just to come on to present for us. But let me also just remind you what our next session will be about. We know that the aviation industry is currently, growing, it's progressing in nature, but also so does the environmental impact, and that we cannot forget as we focus on sustainability today. So the sustainable aviation fuel has emerged as a critical compound in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, as well as mitigating climate change. But what exactly is SAF? What are we talking about when we say sustainable aviation fuel? And also, how can it help us to further achieve a more sustainable future in aviation? I will not be conducting this next presentation because I'm not an expert, but one is the regional officer, ENV and MET at ICAO, ESAF Regional Office, Ms. Chinga Majetese, will be joining us next, of course, to unpack for us sustainable aviation fuel. Please help me welcome Chinga for this next presentation. Chinga.
Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Chinga.
Can you
You're
please
welcome. You may
continue?
begin.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Program Director, once again. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the high-level dignitaries amongst us, and also to extend the greetings from the Regional Director, SAF, Ms. Lucy Mguga. It's really a true pleasure to be addressing this audience, given that South Africa, I hold it as a special place because it's the first place that I launched my aviation career. So as indicated by the program director, I will be talking about unpacking sustainable aviation fuels, and this will cover the following. We'll start with the climate action, start with the high level, climate action within the aviation sector. Then we'll speak a bit on the long-term aspirational goal, and then the introduction to these sustainable aviation fuels, the SAFs. And then we'll also move on to the key components needed to produce these SAFs, and the opportunities available in the region and the challenges that the region is facing, and what has ICAO done in terms of capacity building to its member states. And then we will conclude. So just to begin with the climate action within the aviation sector, this has been highlighted. I had the privilege to join and listen on YouTube when you had the first panel discussion. So it was quite interesting to note that some of the statistics that I have on this slide have been mentioned earlier. So the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change did a special study specifically for the air transport sector for aviation. And this report was done in 2007. And it actually indicated that aviation accounts for 2% of global CO2 emissions. And if you look on the right, we have the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals represented in the circle. And then just to zoom into these Sustainable Development Goals, we also have our goal number 13 on climate action. So as the aviation sector, we also need to play a role and contribute to this goal. And from ICAO side, we have the Committee on Aviation Environmental Protection. And the studies that were done in this committee actually indicated that international aviation fuel consumption is estimated to grow by between 1.9 and 2.6 times by 2050. And this is being compared to the 2018 levels. And if we continue to address this climate crisis and this aviation emissions, these challenges that it brought, we came up with a medium aspirational goal and then also a long-term aspirational goal. So I'd like to just touch a bit on this medium term aspirational goal, which is the carbon neutral growth 2020, where we're saying we're going to keep the global net CO2 emissions from international aviation from 2020 at the same level. So if you look at the right, this circle that you see, you can actually see the basket of measures that was designed to help achieve this aspirational goal. And one of these measures, number 3, is looking at sustainable aviation fuels, which is the topic of today that we have right now at this presentation. And like we mentioned, besides this medium-term strategy, there was also the development of a long-term strategy, and this was also touched a bit in the previous panel discussion, where the Assembly, KAO and its member states, agreed on a long-term aspirational goal for international aviation for net zero carbon emissions by 2050. And this was done in support of the Paris Agreement temperature goal of 1.5 degrees. And what we would also like you to note for this is that this collective goal does not attribute specific obligations or commitments in the form of, for example, emissions reduction goals or targets for individual states. States are expected to contribute to this goal on a voluntary basis. And here we just provided some links for you to have a look at these documents in your spare time. And then from this LTEC, here we want to just show you that the sustainable aviation fuels, besides contributing to the medium-term strategy that we indicated earlier on the CNG 2020, they also have a role to play for us to reach this long-term aspirational goal. So if you look at this graph, this is a scenario that was done when we were looking at what type of a long-term goal can we have. So there were a number of scenarios that we looked at, 3 specifically, and it was agreed that scenario 3 would be the best scenario that we could use. And if you look here, from our basket of measures, we have the aircraft technology, we have the operations, but when it comes to the cost-eligible fuels, we have a very little contribution that comes from the lower carbon aviation fuels, which we'll explain later. But most of these benefits that you see here, biomass SAF, gaseous waste SAF, atmospheric CO2 SAF, most of these benefits will actually be realized if we make use and implement sustainable aviation fuels. So SAF has the greatest potential to reduce carbon dioxide emissions from international aviation. So with that introduction, we'll now delve and dive deeper into exactly what are these sustainable aviation fuels. So if you see on this slide, we have the broader term, CORSIA eligible fuels. The CORSIA is the carbon offsetting and reduction scheme for international aviation. And under the CORSIA, we have got fuels that need to be eligible, which means these fuels will meet the ICAO CORSIA sustainability standards and they need to be produced in accordance with those standards. But these cost-eligible fuels can be broken into 2. We have what we call lower carbon aviation fuels, or LCAF, and then we have sustainable aviation fuels. And if we zoom into these sustainable aviation fuels, we can also further break them down into 2. We have what we call renewable aviation fuel. So this sustainable fuel can either be from a renewable source or it can be waste derived. So the examples that we have will elaborate on this. And as we indicated, this SAF, which will include the renewable and the waste-derived aviation fuels, has the greatest potential to reduce emissions from international aviation. So for us to understand this SAF in terms of whether they are waste-derived or renewable, we need to look at the key components. For us to produce a SAF, for example, a fuel, what is it that we need for that fuel? So the first thing that we look at is what we call a feedstock. So what is a feedstock? A feedstock is a type of unprocessed raw material used for the production of aviation fuel. So a feedstock is that raw material that you're going to be using to produce your SAF. So if you look at these examples that we have on this left pen, we have different sources of feedstocks. So the first one can be a primary source or co-products, which means you're taking the plant as it is. So for example, if you have soybeans, you're taking the oil from the soybeans. So this can be oil crops like your canola, your rapeseed, which is actually being used in the region. There was a study that was done in Ethiopia, and they're looking at using rapeseed, for example, or it can be forestry residues. It can also be a byproduct, which means there was a process that was happening, and then one of the secondary products now after the primary one is what you use. So for example, used cooking oil has been used here in Kenya, and also tallow, animal fats, they have used the two to produce a sustainable an aviation fuel. Can also be waste, and waste, the most popular example that we have is the municipal solid waste. And a lot of people ask the question, how do you use municipal solid waste to produce a SAF? So what happens is the separation of the waste, and they take the organic fraction. So that organic matter that they take is what they use now for the SAF production. And then we also have residues, which are the secondary materials from different primary production processes. For example, agricultural residues. So if you see here on the right here, we have an example of SAF that was produced from sugarcane and from ethanol. So if you're interested in looking at the estimates on the economic aspects, because a lot of people ask us questions like, what is it going to cost? If I want to start a SAF today using, for example, Jatropha, what yield can I expect? What costs are involved? We do have what we call a rules of thumb, which is a tool that ICAO has developed that you can make use of. So there is a hyperlink on this page to just guide you on doing these calculations and giving an estimation. The figures might not be exactly what will happen on the ground, but they are a good estimation of what you can expect. And also further information on feedstock, we have a full page that is available on our website that focuses only on feedstocks. And then besides the feedstock, we mentioned feedstocks as the key component number one. The second one is the conversion process. So we now have our feedstock, which is the Jatropha or the oil that we have taken from the rapeseed. What do we do with it? We need to convert it into a fuel. And this is what we call the conversion process. So there are different types of conversion processes that have been approved. But this approval, I would like you to note, is not done by ICAO. It's actually done by ASTM International. So to date, they have approved 11 processes. And on the left here, one of the processes that you can see that they've approved is the HEFA, which is the hydroprocessed esters and fatty acids. And this is popular usually for fats and oils. And it can also be used for the example that I gave on the Jatropha. So here we just gave common technologies, the HEFA, the Fischer-Tropsch, and the alcohol to jet. So the 11 processes are also available and listed on our webpage. And some of them, including the type of feedstock, are also listed in a document that was developed by ICAO, which actually specifically tells you, like, for this feedstock, if you're using this type of fuel, this is the, like, for example, life cycle value. And we will cover this life cycle in the next slide. So after looking at the feedstock, you have your feedstock, your Jatropha, you now know, okay, for this Jatropha, I'm going to convert it using this process. This SAF now needs to be certified because we need to know, is it sustainable? So from ICAO side, we came up with a number of sustainability criteria that are applicable to the feedstock. So what you need to know is that that feedstock needs to be certified. The process needs to be certified. There's a lot of involvement of a number of activities that will also show you, but who does that for you? So we have what we call sustainability certification schemes, SCS. And these are responsible for ensuring compliance with the sustainability criteria for CORSIA eligible fuels, which include the SAF that we're talking about today. And also ensuring that the life cycle emissions, because we're looking at the SAF reducing emissions, but during its production cycle, can only know whether it has reduced emissions when you look at what was happening throughout its life cycle. But we'll also cover that in another slide. So the certification scheme will be responsible for that. So from our side, we do invite organizations that can provide the services to apply for consideration by the ICAO Council to be considered as a certification scheme. But to date, we have 2 organizations that have been approved by the ICAO Council, and these are the Roundtable on Sustainable Biomaterials, the RSB, and the International Sustainability and Carbon Certification, ISCC. So those are the 2 that we have to date. And as we get new ones, we'll keep on updating our website with that information. And what does this certification scheme do? So here, I would just like you to zoom into the diagram, which is the certification ecosystem, where we have our RSB and ISCC. So this is the first key player is the sustainability certification scheme. Then we have ICAO. Then we have at the bottom, a lot of stakeholders involved. For example, if it's the Jatropha example that I gave, the farm, plantation or point of origin, the gathering point, collecting point, we have the production plant, the blending point, and then it ends at the airline. And then besides this, to ensure that this process is really sustainable and that the SAF meets our sustainability criteria and contributes to reducing CO2 emissions, we also need to engage a verification body who will liaise with the certification body to ensure that all the information that will be provided by all the stakeholders is verified and is free of errors or any gaps in the data. But for this certification body to be able to work, they need to be accredited by an accreditation body. So it's a whole big playground, if I can call it that. And the reason why we do this and the reason why we certify is that we need to meet standards, international standards like the ASTM International. And the verification helps to give assurance on the feedstock's environmental and social credentials, and also ensuring that all those requirements that are listed in the ICAO documents for sustainability criteria are catered for. So what happens is the sustainability certification scheme will put an application through ICAO, and they are approved. As soon as they are approved, maybe a fuel producer will approach them and then now implement the set certification requirements on all these processes that you see here at the bottom. And then between these different players in this ecosystem, there's also a backward arrow back to the sustainability certification scheme in terms of reporting. And between the certification scheme and the certification body, there's also surveillance, because now the certification scheme has to check surveillance on the certification body, and also cooperation and making sure that everything is working well. And then from the certification scheme to ICAO, there's also information exchange. And they are also required to provide us with annual reports on these certification schemes. So on to the next one. So what is it that they use for these sustainability criteria? We have specific themes that we look at when it comes to these sustainability themes. So there are 14 themes that you can see here on the slide, and they are grouped into different categories. So we are not going to go into the details, but we would just like you to note that we have what we call carbon reduction themes, which look at the amount of greenhouse gas percentage reduced, the source of the carbon stock. Then we have got the ones that are environmental themes, which look at permanence in terms of greenhouse gas reduction, the impact of this on water, on soil, on air, on conservation, on waste and chemicals, as well as on these seismic and vibrational impacts. And this is only for LCAF, because LCAF is fossil-based, but it's a fossil-based fuel, but with just low carbon. So this will not be applicable, number 9, will not be applicable to SAF. And then lastly, we have the socio-economic themes, which look at Are there any human and labor rights that were infringed? Any land use rights or land use challenges or things that were affected? Water use rights, local and social development, as well as affecting food security. And number 14 is quite interesting because we usually get this question that, you know, you are promoting this development of SAF. What does it mean to food security? Is it going to take away food from people? So this will be addressed by all these sustainability themes. And if we move as well, we also mentioned earlier on that for us to say a fuel is sustainable, we need to look at the amount of CO2 produced throughout its whole life cycle. So we do what we call a life cycle assessment. So the sustainability criteria that we have includes calculation of life cycle emission values. And it will look at things like if you're losing land use change, it will look at things like the feedstock cultivation, processing, extraction, the transportation, the production facility, and the fuel transportation and distribution up to the end when the aircraft uses the fuel for its fuel combustion. So if you look at these numbers from number 1 for the feedstock cultivation, we look at, as we're cultivating our jatropha in this example that we are using, how much CO2 was produced. You know, so here you see we have our plants, which means the plant is taking in some carbon dioxide. You know, the photosynthesis process, it's carbon dioxide plus water. So it removes CO2 from the environment. But the processing, collection, and recovery might actually release a bit of CO2 into the environment. The processing and extraction, the transportation, the conversion, as well as the fuel transportation, we all add the amount of CO2. So it will be plus on some instances, and some instances it will be a negative figure because it will actually be adding CO2 into the environment. And then we finally end here the fuel combustion. So after the aircraft now, the fuel combustion, we'll now check and say, for this airline, they were emitting as they were conducting their operations. So maybe they are required to offset and compensate for example, 10,000 tons of CO2 emissions. But then the airline will come back to us and say, I want to claim for reductions from the use of sustainable aviation fuel. So we'll go back to this process and calculate how much, and that calculation involves the use of this life cycle assessment. So we'll look at this process. So maybe from this process, the airline actually saved the environment 6,000 tons of CO2 emissions. That means we'll say the 10,000 that they are required to offset minus the 6,000, which will leave the airline with about 4,000 tons. And with these 4,000 tons, they can now go on the carbon market and purchase emissions units. If the airline overcompensated, for example, let's say this same airline that is required to offset 10,000, we actually find that when they were using the SAF, they did really well and they actually managed to save the environment from maybe 15,000. So that means they have a -5, then they are not required to purchase any emissions units. And these negative offsetting requirements can be carried over into in the next year. So this here is just showing you that we need to look at the emissions associated with all the steps of self-production and use. And having said that, and having looked at what a SAF is and what are the key components for us to look at when we start looking at, we want to develop a SAF, we can also talk about the benefits of this SAF. So they do provide multiple benefits, for example, socioeconomic benefits, such as economic growth. They can help create employment and job creation. They also have their environmental benefits, the contribution to climate action and to mitigating and adapting to climate change. They also provide energy security benefits. For example, we have a diversity in the energy matrix, which means we are reducing our reliance on fossil fuels. They also support a circular economy. In a circular economy, we keep everything in one. So when we utilize these waste resources, for example, if we are using the waste-derived version of the SAF, it means we are supporting the circular economy. And the drop-in nature, this SAF are drop-in in nature, which means you don't need to do anything to the aircraft structure. So this makes it very compatible with the conventional fuels. But to date, we cannot use 100% SAF. we can only blend up to 50% with conventional jet fuel. And the reason why we don't use 100% SAF is because of the presence of what we call aromatics that will be in the fuel. So SAF is handled the same way as conventional aviation fuel and does not require any changes to its engines or infrastructure. And besides this, there are also other benefits that have been shown by some studies. And of late, we have actually learned that SAF actually helps improve local air quality around airports. And local air quality lack is one thing that we also focus on from ICAO Environmental Protection. We were looking at all those emissions that are deposited during the landing and takeoff cycle. And some of these things that are deposited there that affect human health include what we call particulate matter. So SAF produces far less particulate matter, which means there is less impact on human health and respiratory issues. It also reduces sulfur oxides, and amongst other effects, the sulfur oxides are also a respiratory irritant, and they can contribute to things like acid rain, which can damage infrastructure, crops, etc. And SAF also produces fewer harmful pollutants. If you look at the picture that we had earlier on, we were showing ethanol from sugarcane, the SAF that is produced from the fuel that is produced from SAF is actually very clear. If you were to compare two containers, a fossil-based fuel that is produced versus a SAF, the SAF will be very clear. It will look almost as clear as water. So it has very fewer harmful pollutants that are in it, and these are also linked to human health. And then within ICAO as an organization, what have you been doing? Because there's quite a number of challenges. There's huge infrastructure investments that is needed. What has ICAO been doing? So from our side, we have a number of various capacity building and assistance activities, and these are done under the umbrella of a program that we call the ACT SAF, Assistance, Capacity Building and Training on SAF. And we have states that have registered their interest to become ACT SAF partners. And to date, we have 90 states and 60 organizations just that have joined this ACT SAF program. And we have projects that we have done. We have done feasibility studies, for example, that you can see here from Rwanda, Zimbabwe, of late on SAF. These were funded by the EU. And we also have upcoming projects of further feasibility studies that will be done in the region. There's also training that will be done. For example, right now we have training that is being offered by the UK to some states that they are supporting. And we also have for states that had quite developed in terms of SAF development. For example, some states that have already done feasibility studies or some studies on the feasibility of having SAF in their state, we are doing what we call business implementation projects. So we are also looking at working with a number of states, but this support is tailored to specific states. And we also have a dedicated platform where we keep up-to-date information on what is happening in terms of SAF, how many feasibility studies have been done, in terms of SAF facilities, where in the world do we find these SAF facilities. And then also one event that also happened that is one of our latest activities was the CAF3, which was held in November, where member states adopted what we call the ICAO Global Framework for Sustainable Aviation Fuels, Low Carbon Aviation Fuels, and other aviation cleaner energies. And this SAF Global Framework came up with 4 building blocks to help states to facilitate the development and deployment of SAF. So the first building block looks at policy and planning. What can we do to support states in terms of policy and planning? Then we also look at harmonizing these regulatory foundations for these fuels, and what are the implementation initiatives that need to be provided to support this. And the last block looks at financing or any related initiatives where we have the creation of the Finvest hub to look at financing and how we can support our states with ensuring that we scale up SAF production. And just to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, we just want to talk about about the fact that these challenges that we face in terms of infrastructure investment, the required innovation, the required financial investments can be opportunities. Because if we look at infrastructure investments. We are looking at things like conversion facilities for the conversion process, the collection and sourcing of the feedstocks. And it was also quite interesting to note that from the previous panel discussion, they did mention from BASA that feedstocks are quite available in South Africa. So for some states, this is not the case, but we're also looking at where can we source these feedstocks? Can we get states working together, the blending and the distribution? And there's a lot of work that needs to happen in terms of research and development. So we also promote within our region strong partnerships between researchers, the academia, the industry, as well as the policymakers. And besides all these things, we can't really do anything without the government support. So we need supportive policies and incentives to scale up these feedstock supply chains and also the SAF production. Thank you, Program Director.
Much for that presentation. We appreciate you and giving us a detailed, analysis of how exactly SAFs are also processed. Quite an intense one, I have to say, from your presentation, and I think it leads perfectly into our next panel discussion. But this is where I release you, and thank you so much, Chinga. Once again, give her a warm round of applause for that very detailed, insightful presentation, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, as we continue with our panel discussion, I've mentioned earlier on that she did set the stage quite very much in detail as far as how SAFs process their involvement as ICAO. And I think our next panel, which will continue to delve more into SAFs, will give us a broader perspective as well as how industry right now is handling this matter and relating it to sustainable development. So please allow me to, of course, welcome our moderator for this panel as they continue to share their great insights and perspective on the current state of sustainable aviation fuels. And our panelists, I'm sure you would see, representing a diverse range of stakeholders, from fuel producers to regulatory bodies, as well as industry associations. Please help me welcome onto the stage to moderate this panel for us. We will be, of course, joined by Mr. Gawi Bestbier, and he is, of course, from the... Did I pronounce it? Bestbier? Best beer, beat beer. No, we need to correct this. Your ancestors are literally listening to us. You can do Amstel. Can we have the mic, please? Testing, there we go.
Yeah, Amstel or Castle would work. Best beer.
Best beer.
Yeah, beer.
Do you agree with best beer or best beer? Best beer, Gawi. Thank you so much. Take over.
Thank you, Madam Program Director. I've elected to go old school. There's no wired mic, there's no tablet, because these things can't go without power, and my voice can go up when this fails. So just call it a sign of the times. First of all, thank you very much, and a warm welcome to our members of the board, our CEOs, AXA, DDG, DCA, Mr. Suklal. Thank you for the opportunity that we have to talk about this. And the reason why we structured it in the form of a panel discussion directly following on what Chinga said is we initially wanted to do a workshop to educate industry, to brief industry on what's the modalities, what's the things that people are thinking about. And then our communications department under Pindi said, hey, wait, we can add another day to this event, especially for sustainability, do a panel discussion. So this panel is not necessarily to find solutions, because all the solutions has not been found. There's still quite a number of questions. It is to educate. It is to highlight what is the questions that is being pondered at this point in time. So with that in mind, I would like to call on stage, there's 3 panel members from IATA, Mr. Shapunza, from Petro SA, Mr. Damani, and from WWF, Mr. Shireshe. Gentlemen, and it's unfortunately, my apology, DCA, it's all male. So while they're walking to the stage, I was thinking of introducing the concepts of SAF, sustainable fuel, low carbon fuel, but Chinga did such a great job. I don't think there's further explanation needed as to, please have a seat, gentlemen. There's further explanation needed as to exactly what it means. So maybe, and I do realize we're running on time today. Am I right, DCA? Yesterday we had quite a lengthy session. Today we're nicely on time. So we don't need to rush it. And let me have a seat. Pardon me if I'm a bit fumbly. That's my nature. So, Mr. Shapunza Damani, welcome, sir, Mr. Sherese. Or I'm mixing them around. Damani, Sherese. My apology. Let's dive into it, because this is a complex subject, and it will become apparent later why it's complex. All right, I'm still audible. So let's, without further ado, to the WWF. What do you think, what input will SAF have, and based on anticipated demand, do you think it's possible? And I want us to think of the issues or concepts of common but differentiated responsibility. Africa's developing nations, but other carriers want the fuel too when they fly here. So with that in mind, do you think it's possible given the anticipated demand?
Thank you very much. Questions and all protocols observed for the dignitaries here. I am from WWF, not the wrestling, we're not wrestlers, but the World Wide Fund for Nature, one of the leading environmental organizations working on various aspects of water conservation, biodiversity, including climate change. I've been working on this topic on sustainable aviation fuels for a number of years now. We are observers at ICAO under the International Coalition of Sustainable Aviation Fuel. So we do track the discussions that go on there. And because in our coalition, we are one of the organizations that represent the so-called Global South. And it's imperative that we are in those discussions and bring in the... So Chinga at the end of the presentation talked about the global framework at the end, and I'm very happy one of the outcomes of that was highlighting that issue of common but differentiated responsibilities and also capabilities, taking into account what has happened historically, you know, our continent and our country's role in that and what we can do as a nation. So I really think that, you know, in terms of SAF itself, it's a big challenge that we need to know, looking at where we are and the amount of sustainable aviation fuels that we are producing now, currently less than 1% of the total jet fuel demand, and most of this SAF is being used, you know, in Europe, in developed states, etc. So we have a lot of work to go. In terms of just the global framework itself, I mean, with the target of meeting 5% emission reductions by 2030, our colleagues at IATA estimate that that's about 17.5 billion liters. So talking about, so by 2030, so it's a huge challenge given that last year we only had 0.6 billion liters of SAF. 2024, we expect to triple that to 1.8 billion liters. So to get to 17.5 billion liters, we need to increase by an order of magnitude, so 10 times in roughly 6 years. That's a big challenge in that we are facing, but I think, you know, the momentum is right. A lot of work has gone on already to find out what are some of the bottlenecks we've seen in certain regions where there's constant uptake of SAF. And currently there are challenges with SAF, of course, the high cost that it means, and you know, always the questions that our African carriers ask is, what does that do to our bottom line and to our operations? And then that tends to be the end of the discussions, and okay, we put that little back, we can't move forward. But I think we've heard before that this is an opportunity that we take into. We should rather take the posture of, this is the world where it's going, and you know, how should we place ourselves in the global context to say we also want to be part of this, to ensure all the benefits that are associated with this come to us. So we need to then make our voice there to say, in light of our situations, how do we place along there? If it's challenges around financing, how do we make sure that we have those and we position ourselves well? there were issues around feedstocks, and that we have a lot of feedstock from an African perspective. Are we going to end up in that situation where we are exporting feedstocks and then used to decarbonize other economies? So really it's about, in these global forums, how do we present our case and saying we also want to be part of this, and thinking about what are the challenges that we have and how do we then maximize it into our national circumstances and make sure that we benefit not only our aviation industry, but the opportunity that comes to developing all green industries as well. So we need to maximize the opportunity. The question is about how do we go about that instead of just dismissing it as a challenge that we can't do now.
Thank you, sir. Quite comprehensive. Of course, we want to export the fuel itself, not the feedstock. We want to beneficiate it here. From IATA's perspective, Mr. Shapunza, that 1% going up to the required number, which I presume can be up to 50%. Views?
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you to the South African Civil Aviation Authority for inviting IATA. It's our second day on the stand today. I would like to stand on the existing protocol, full protocol observed. Following the scene setting that Chinga gave us, it got me thinking that maybe it would be good for me just to share a little background, just to buttress and give a little detail to what we're discussing, if it will help the discussion, and I'll come to your question. Thank you, Program Director. So you heard my colleague Farai mention the CAF3 and the outcomes that came from CAF3. Importantly, when looking at this 5% emissions reduction goal by 2030, and remembering that CAF3 looked at 2030 as a tipping point. So what would that mean? We're looking at about just under 700,000 million tons of CO2 that's expected to be produced by international flights in 2030. And 34 million tons should be reduced through SAF and LCAF. So this corresponds to about 14 million tons of SAF. Where are we relative to this tipping point? When we look at a scaling at a rate of the upper end, and we scale up by 48 times what we're doing, 2030 SAF volume tipping point should be 24 million tons, which will be about 6.5% of fuel produced. On the lower side of that scale, if we scale up 28 times, the 2030 volume for CAF3 would be 14 million tons that I referred to earlier, which would literally put us at about 3.8% of fuel. Obviously, importantly, the capacity of SAF by 2030 with the existing policies and initiatives. You have two schools of thought. There are SAF mandates where, by policy, states will mandate SAF and the production thereof. And mandates typically look at the demand side of things. And then there's the incentivization side of things where that encourages the supply side. And when we look at that with the existing policies and initiatives, by 2030 we're looking at about 10.3 million tons through incentivization policies and initiatives by governments, industry, and the collaboration of those sectors. When we look at it through the mandate side, that will amount to about 6.7 million tons through mandates. That's government-imposed targets on industry. And the balancing of that relationship between mandates and incentives is key to us getting to where we need to get to. Maybe I can leave it here for now.
Thank you, sir. I think that's leading us where we're going to get to right at the end, the surprise question. But thanks for that. It certainly makes sense. So roughly 20 million tons would be a golden number by 2030 to Petro SA. What's your organization's readiness in terms of strategy, technology, distribution, feedstock, and so on?
Thanks, Program Director. I'm representing Petro SA, which is Petroleum, Oil and Gas Corporation of South Africa. This is a state-owned entity that has got a mandate to ensure security of supply. So as part of our roadmap, we are tasked to implement the biofuel strategy. So in terms of readiness on our side, we've got technology already in place, which is the FT, or the Fisher Troops. That technology will come beneficial for us in terms of really kickstarting the process. And then in terms of the feedstock, we've gone as far as really establishing partnerships with a lot of with a lot of stakeholders from the farming community. A lot of associations, talking BARSA, I'm talking IATA, and a lot of them have actually contributed in terms of really establishing this roadmap for us. So on the distribution side, we really have the infrastructure in place. It's just a matter of making sure that the infrastructure is suitable to distribute this particular product, because there's elements where you cannot mix the fossil fuel together with the SAF product itself, because of different variations. So for us, it's really trying to make sure that we have the infrastructure in place to move it. So in terms of the timelines, we're basically saying in 10 years' time, we should be at a stage of readiness, both from the production point of view and also having established the roadmap in terms of the distribution and the entire value chain that is needed. So as I'm saying, that there's a lot of engagement that we're having with the farmers. We've identified a variety of crop-related feedstock that we'll be using in terms of this initiative.
Okay, would it be safe to say that it's never the intention to displace food production, and that it would be on the basis of surpluses or using land that's not suitable for other things?
Absolutely, Program Director. We thought about it. We've got a responsibility in terms of food security on our side, and some of that feedstock, it doesn't necessarily impact on any of those themes in terms of food security. So, for an example, we're looking at things like sugarcane. We're looking at things like hemp. So those are some of the variety of feedstock that we'll most probably be putting into this initiative.
Okay, and you can use something like wheat and grains and things like that, because I'm thinking of certain countries giving away ships full of grain that we can't mention the name of, but I know there's quantities available.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. WWF, let's talk food security versus feedstock. Is there any more thoughts you want to add to it? Is it sort of something that sits foremost in the mind of the WWF when the interaction happens on the official levels?
No, I think that's what's important, because a lot of people ask, well, why is WWF involved in this work in the first place? And our departure point way before SAF, even with the existing biofuel strategy, was to say there is risk, with biofuels in general, that we could then have issues around food security. Not only food security, expanding land into existing forests or some of our biodiversity hotspots. So that's something that's sits at the forefront of our minds. And, but at the same time, we also don't want to say, stop these, because we do realize there's a developmental aspect to it, particularly in our continent with a lot of farm-based economies and communities. So the question really was, what could be done or could produce sustainably, given the criteria that Chinga has looked at in terms of not only the greenhouse gas impacts, but some of the social and socio-economic impacts that are associated with this. And this is something that we always lead with, and I think the challenge is there is potential in South Africa and across sub-Saharan Africa to produce some of these sustainable aviation fuels within those boundaries. And our role really is to try and ensure that those frameworks and those sustainability criteria are embedded in everything that we do, because there is risks that, for instance, you might not be, growing a grain, but what happens when you're using hemp, but that land that was producing hemp used to produce, maize meal, for instance, or produce when the so-called induced land effects. So those are the things that we need to look into account. But at the same time, if we have opportunity with marginal land, with our mining areas, so forth, in many parts of South Africa that we can look into. So I think that's always a key consideration for us.
Yeah, I'm thinking specifically land that might have been rendered unsuitable for food production through chemical contamination, but it's perfect for producing fuel. You're just going to burn this stuff anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, Iata, any further thoughts to add in the area of challenges and threats that the assessment, the research seems to show that is not being thought of? Because what I'm hearing, a lot of these things are already being thought of anyway.
Thank you for that. Maybe just to add to what the colleagues have shared, even on the land that is being used for the arable land, we have in farming periods of fallow where nothing is put, and there are cover crops as well that can be used in those interim periods, with the added benefit of actually rejuvenating the soil or adding elements that may have been removed by a crop to ensure that that soil is kept healthy, to avoid topsoil being lost and blown away, etc. So, I think the issue of land use is quite central and critical, and there are ways of efficiently using land in these ways.
Thanks for that. Petro SA, you've been doing quite a bit of work on the feedstock side and the micro enterprise side of things, and working with a university or two. Do you wish to elaborate on that? Where are these plans going? Because it sounds like exciting news.
Thanks, Program Director. On our side, there's a lot of partnership that we've recognized that is necessary. As I've mentioned, that we've partnered with a lot. On the feedstock side, we've identified farmers around the Eastern Cape and KZN, which we've partnered with in terms of producing and harvesting this feedstock that we need, that we've identified. Together with that, we've also partnered with a lot of universities, the institutions like your UWC, and also Stellenbosch, in terms of the R&D element, which is the research and development that is needed in terms of producing this particular product. So on our side, we view partnership as an enabler in terms of lending the whole SAF conversation on our side. So I think for us to drive this program forward, we recognize the need to really have a lot of other partnership that we establish, the involvement of government in terms of policy, the regulator, also the institutions that can provide the funding. So those are some of the things that we also need to add in terms of this partnership and to establish this roadmap of establishing SAF.
just to explore a bit further on that, so you can confirm that that conversation is already firmly in place with the likes of Department of Energy, Revenue Services, DFFE, all the potential relevant role players appear to already be in that fray, including Sasol, who, although they might not be here, but there's no adversarial relationship or competition between you. You're actually cooperating on that.
Yes, there is a lot of cooperation in place, and as I've mentioned that we're driving the mandate of DMRE in terms of the biofuel agenda. So we're also sort of participating with establishing those relationships with Department of Transport and also with Sasol. It is key for us really to not look at each other as competition. We share the same technology, although theirs is more on the lower carbon aviation fuels, but the basis is the same. So hence there will be lessons that we can share and developments that we can perhaps maybe produce together in joining forces and working together towards that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that. Okay, let's move on to another. It may be a touchy subject for not yourself, for the passenger. IATA, what do you think is the cost impact of all this? Rough estimate. Is it going to result? Because I know fuel is not the major cost. It's a significant cost in the operation, but not the major cost. So what do you think the passenger can expect going forward in terms of the individual responsibility to support sustainability? Because in the end, it's not necessarily about climate change itself. It's about the sustainability of using an expendable resource or something that's renewable. So in that respect, we all have an obligation. So what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think earlier on you had Prof. Lamola, I think it was, referred to the cost structure of airlines operating in Africa. And, you know, looking at just the fuel, the line item on fuel, averaging it out, in Africa we're probably paying 12% more than the global average. So it is quite a big line item for airlines. Now, in terms of the introduction of SAF and the use of conventional aviation fuels, this is where that issue I was talking about in terms of, you know, the incentives and the mandates working together to ensure that the production goes up of SAF. You know, once production goes up, you know, you are better able to mandate to ensure that the demand increases as well. But that will take time in terms of getting the SAF cost to be competitive with the conventional aviation fuel.
Of course, as the expendable resource gets scarcer, that price goes up. So it may become quite more competitive in, say, 5 or 10 years from now.
Yeah.
All depending on what happens with the source, the supply.
Correct.
Okay, thanks for that. On the WWF side, the whole basket of measures around sustainability, traditionally or normally, it's driven UN, or UNFCCC, ICAO, CAPE, back to the National Aviation Regulator. Now, this SAF animal doesn't work like that. Because now it's not the National Aviation Regulator that drives it. It is other role players, in other words, governments. And you need to be able to reach governments through some structure where it's easy, you have a standard or recommended practice, Annex 16, easy, the national regulator does have the mandate. But on the SAF side, there's imperatives now that's going to influence energy, it's going to influence environmental affairs, transport, Department of Transport. So a whole government plethora of players involved. So WWF, from your side, what would be the entry point to start convincing governments? Is it the UNFCCC, UN structure?
Before we get to that question, I think just a short intervention on the cost issue and the impact on that. Of course, I think with sustainable aviation, it is more expensive, and it will take some time, and it will probably not reach parity with conventional jet fuel. But with the increasing cost of carbon that you're seeing, with the carbon tax, our own national treasury has highlighted that carbon tax will increase, in the coming years and potentially more. That could potentially be an avenue where there could be that parity with time. And also just to recognize that there are customers, high-end customers, businesses, etc., that are really looking as part of their ESG strategies to decarbonize and to use SAF for their Scope 3 emissions. And I think as an industry as a whole, we should be looking at proactively identifying those people that could potentially pay these high premiums to kickstart the industry. I think that's a challenge that I want to lay to everyone here. In the question around the SAF, and of course I think that's a big a question around where it lays. And as WWF, with all the work that we've done, it's a question that we also had on our minds. Of course, it's an energy question, so there's a natural feel to think that it should go towards the Department of Energy. But I think you can also remind that there are also a number of challenges with energy and energy provision in the country. And then now you bring SAF, it's another things in terms of load shedding and other things. So it might not reach the level of focus or drive that you need to think there. But I think the Department of Transport, are well placed, given their position and knowing what's the challenge in terms of decarbonizing the sector, coming from a care level, the DOT being the department response to that. And sort of driving it and coordinating with the other key departments, with Department of Energy as one of them, with the Department of Industry, because you're talking about creating new industries, and it's a big part of that also. Tourism also, because we're trying to promote South Africa as a sustainable tourism destination. They also come in, DFFE, they're also coming in from the environmental aspect of things. Sometime last year, together with the Department of Transport, we're also honored to have the Deputy Minister attend also that workshop and give the keynote address with a number of stakeholders from government and private sector to say, what do we need to take this forward? And one of the key consensus was to move towards developing a roadmap for SAF in the country. And I think the Department of Transport at that time said, I think we are the right people to drive this. And I believe, I think they are driving it and getting that conversation going in within government to get a working group going. That would be the focus point of driving this, and then after that, getting other private sectors to then drive it from one voice. Because sometimes what happens is, people say we want to talk to government, but then who in government are you talking to? And then that gets fragmented. So I think that is a key avenue, and the Department of Transport, with support from the regulator, have a key role to coordinate and drive this forward.
Yeah, I suppose when you go to government and say you need to produce SAF, your Department of Energy is going to ask you, why not just produce SF, sustainable fuel for everybody? And why focus on just aviation that's just 2%? So government priority might be slightly different, and I see nothing wrong with that from a Petro SA perspective. There is indeed a drive for sustainable fuel, not just sustainable aviation fuel. So as long as this fits into the national policy, then there should be no conflict. But the conversation needs to sort of wedge in there, and one may find that SAF is not necessarily the highest priority, but it is a priority. And that's probably why that conversation, as you suggest with those role players, will need to be happening on a formal level and regularly happen, be active. Because that's really the only ones that can drive it, that in the end can advise the leader of the land. Thank you very much. Let's just see if I've missed anything here.
Maybe just to add
Yes,
to
sir.
what you said, when you look at the SAF production today, in 2019, it was probably below 0.01%. SAF as a percentage of global jet A fuel produced. Fast forward to 2023, it went up to 0.2%, 0.18%. And we're forecasting for this year a ramp up to probably about 1.5%. So, just to your point, it's critical that we do get wedged in and be part of that discussion and not get left behind, as my colleague George was alluding to earlier. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Petro, SA, any final thoughts? Something that could be of value to the conversation we're busy having here that I've not covered?
I think we need to recognize the fact that as a country we need a matrix of energy options. For an example, we might have seen challenges with regard to security of supply in the country. We should also see ways how we can perhaps maximize and also address and attend to the question of security of supply. So hence, SAF is quite relevant in terms of making sure that there's an additional capacity that we can perhaps generate in terms of security of supply. What is just needed is really the commitment and the drive from the government to ensure that this matrix approach works for us as a country, to ensure that we don't really promote one element of energy at an expense of the other one, forgetting that we've got challenges. As my colleague was saying, that there's load shedding challenges. Those are the realities. So hence, we need to make sure that whatever technology that we're coming with that is going to address the security of supply, it also talks to the current supply option that we have, which is the fossil fuel.
Thank you, sir. WWF, final words?
I think it's as we have heard before, I think it is a big opportunity that we need to tap into the country. When we talk about sustainable aviation fuel, it expands just outside the aviation industry, and I think the industry needs to acknowledge that. Then there are other stakeholders that need to come into account. We're hearing about farmers now also being part of an aviation chain, and that is something new. But I think we need to be open to that and what this means. It's also producing these fuels is another opportunity. I mentioned earlier green industrialization opportunity in terms of the green jobs that could come. We also know that currently most of our jet fuel is being imported. If we start producing that locally, then there's a massive improvement in our balance of trade. So those are additional benefits that come with this. And it's important as we had to have some framework, some roadmap to go into this and link into other aspects of policy that are there. The CEO of ACS was talking about the work on green hydrogen, and I mean that's a big thing that's happening in the country in terms of green hydrogen strategy. I think the country needs to also link and put in SAF as a bigger focus on that, because green hydrogen is a feedstock for producing SAF, and if you have a carbon source and a green hydrogen, you can actually see that you can increase the potential of producing sustainable aviation fuel. So how do we link existing policies? How do we link existing strategies, and the momentum that's already going in the countries is important, so that we take on this and to put that key focus on sustainability, because if we're now continuing to just producing fuels, just because something is made from something that's biomass, it doesn't mean that it's green. It could actually be worse for the environment. And that is a key focus that we need when we're having to make sure that the S in SAF really is sustainable.
Thanks for that. So, as a quick conclusion, and I don't want to get into, the program director was quite brave in going into the election side of things, asking which party not to vote for. So let's swing it around. Would you say it's an accurate picture to say that there's no real aversion to the discussion existing at this point in time, perhaps just a bit of coordination that needs to happen? Would you say that's a fair assessment?
No, absolutely. There's a role that coordination can play in terms of driving the SAF agenda. At this point in time, we're so fragmented. Everyone is doing his own thing, and I think there's quite a lot of partners in this house that can help us to establish that coordination. We have a lot of state-owned entities that are supporting this agenda. It's a matter of working together and establishing that coordination that is needed.
We have the transport entity right here, so I'm sure they're listening and making notes. And we're going to be getting calls next week onwards.
Yes.
You can watch that space. Gentlemen, I want to thank you. Oh, sorry, sir. Go.
Sorry, yeah, just before we wrap off, you know, we had identified as well solid building blocks for an effective SAF policy framework. Just to pick up on the last point, you obviously need a situation where you've got a long-term predictable environment that's enabling for investment to come in. Investment is key, one. You also need a robust SAF accounting policy. Secondly. Thirdly, you need to facilitate the claiming of the environmental attributes of SAF and the benefits of SAF. It has to be kept, obviously, technologically and feedstock agnostic. And recognition of the emissions reduction of these stackable incentives that we made reference to earlier. And importantly, most importantly, it's not a competition, we're in it together. Aviation is but one part of it. So we need consistent policies that are applicable as well to other sectors to ensure we get across the finish line. And the scope for participation is huge. When you think about the fact that 90% of oil comes from less than 30 countries. And when you look at the potential that we're discussing on the economic side, it means more countries, more people can participate and be involved in the creation of SAF. Thank you.
Very valid, very important. Sir?
Yeah, I think just another important point, reflecting on where we started at about the common but differentiated responsibilities. I think as government should also play a key role in this international fora, to highlight that point and what we can do. So for instance, with the EU and the regulations that they have in terms of the types of feedstocks that you can use and etc. It could exclude certain feedstocks that we have from that we can produce locally here. So if we can produce that particular SAF, let's say from excess sugarcane, as my colleague was mentioning, but now we can't put that on all the European flights living out of Ora Tambo. It's a bit in sync there, because then we're not taking into account our personal circumstances. And these are some of the things that I think government, as they engage in these international fora and trade discussions, etc., put at the forefront and highlight.
Okay. Sir, any last words?
No, I think for us it's more really around implementing the ESG strategy that we have to attract funding for some of the conversion work that we need to do to our infrastructure to accommodate the SAF production. So I know there could be a lot of potential investors that are interested. I think Petros A is quite a relevant entity that we can look into in terms of moving forward with the SAF agenda.
Okay. Sir, you done?
Yeah, maybe...
There's lots of information that just wants to pour out.
Last one, I promise. just from an airline perspective, since we represent airlines, in terms of their commitment, we've got currently 43 airlines around the world that have committed to have, SAF agreements put in place. And by 2030, that's forecast to probably be about 13 million tons of SAF uptake. And in Africa, we only have one airline in Morocco. So there's scope for other airlines further down to start looking at this more seriously. I know we've got other burning issues, but this is here, and we need to get on board.
And of course, national policy would be a key in directing your national airlines in that direction. So yeah.
Correct.
All right, so the long and short of it is the technology exists. It's a fairly easy process. Financing doesn't necessarily exist. That needs to be secured from somewhere. Feedstock, there is some definite thoughts around it. It needs to be carefully managed from the humanitarian perspective. You don't make people go hungry, but at the same time you create opportunity for creating wealth, creating business opportunity for the small guy out there. Then it's about sustainability, the sustaining of hydrocarbon resources that's limited, it's not replenished, which we can replace with surpluses, which happens usually somewhere in the world. There's a surplus and you can get it on the cheap. Marginal land, not suitable for food production. So all those, they're already in place. And then I hear a strong call for the coordination aspect on a national level. Something needs to happen here that pulls it all together and that has that common strategy going forward. Gentlemen, I thank you very much. Let's hand over to the program director.
Ravi, listen, Ravi.
Beer.
Listen, I've already, by the way, Googled a couple of I'm Sorry songs. I thought you would choose John Elton. What do I do to make you love me? Eminem is a bit edgy with I'm Sorry Mama, I never meant to hurt you. But I'll be singing for you during lunch, just you. So if you see me belting like I did during the national anthem, it's for Ravi, okay? Because of what we went through. So let's just take a quick picture. All right, thank you so much. Before you leave, though, I just want to check, are there any questions, perhaps that may need to be ventilated? I have space for one or two. Chinga as well, I understand that you're still online with me. Chinga, if you are, is there a question or two for either the panel or for Chinga while we have them on stage so we can maximize any opportunity? Any hand? Yes. All right, we have a hand. Can we please have a mic for the hand? How many do we have? I'm just trying to see. I see one in front. Is this the only hand we have? All right, may we please have the mic? And please just perhaps say which panel member or whom this is directed to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Tsepo Peke. I just wanted to ask Javi and the panel members, during the good old days, when we were flying the DC-10, the TriStar, the BAC-111, and the 727s Boeing, there was no issue with the fuel. Why now?
Straight to the point. This is directed to?
To all of them.
Can one person please answer the question for us? Briefly, please.
It is a pleasure and honor to be questioned by a legend. We grew up in his hands. That question is difficult. When you say, why now? I think the impact of carbon had gone on through the boom, you know, when the jet engine was introduced before we were born in the early 70s. And the way aviation has grown so exponentially from the dawn of the jet engine. It has become an issue despite us only contributing less than 2%. So given that it's a common problem, all I could hazard to say, Mr. Peche, is that we cannot, while the rest of the world addresses this issue, stand aside and say, not us, despite our small contribution. I think from our perspective, from my perspective at least, that would be an initial response to you.
Thank you so much. Gentlemen, thank you so much, and thank you for a great moderation of our panel. Sorry, I saw you pointing. Is there a hand?
Yeah.
All right, I thought there was one hand. Can we take a brief one, please? Brief question.
It's hello. It's not really a question. It's more a comment. You know, when one of those great big volcanoes in Iceland blows its top, there's enough carbon emissions going up in that thing to cover all of this in 5 years. With the coming winter now, and they set fire to the veld all over South Africa. And all that carbon goes into the atmosphere. It's a fraction that what the aviation industry is doing is not even a pimple on a donkey's backside.
On that note, we wrap the session. Thank you so much for that comment. Thank you, gentlemen. Don't want to engage. I refuse to engage any further. I'm already singing I'm sorry songs during lunch. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much for that insightful panel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we move along, we're about to, of course, welcome our next speaker. For about 15 minutes into the State Action Plan, which is, of course, a critical tool in this journey. And, of course, just outlining the strategic actions, I'm sure you would agree, as well as initiatives that will drive progress towards our sustainability goals. So please help me welcome to the stage to take us through, of course, our next session, Ms. Evelyn Shaw. Welcome, Evelyn.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you.
Good to see you, Tumelo. Thank you so much, Tumelo, for introduction. And good afternoon, everyone. I know at this stage, everybody is looking at their plate. They're imagining what is going to be for the lunchtime. Because I'm looking at the time, we're supposed to be for having lunch at 12:30, and it's already 12:42. Let me give you peace of mind that I'm not going to take long, but this section is very, very, very important because yesterday DCA have mentioned that, you know, what is expected of us as a state. It's a question that comes when everything comes from ICAO to say, what then do we do as a state to contribute to carbon dioxide net zero? So I'm going to be sharing with you the State Action Plan. DCA have outlined that, has stated yesterday that our State Action Plan, the last time we have done that was actually in 2016. So it's due renewal, and it's because we are here today because we're going to share how important is it as an industry to actually contribute to the State Action Plan. So expectations are now going to be outlined in the State Action Plan. So I'll go to my first slide. So one can ask to say state action plans. There are a lot of action plans, but this one doesn't mention that state action plan to contribute to what carbon emissions. But when ICAO actually has introduced the state action plan, it was in the umbrella to ensure that all states or the states that are attributed to the ICAO as the ICAO member states, they therefore are voluntarily so expected to contribute to carbon dioxide emissions and net zero. therefore, the state is expected to draft what we call state action plan. This is the process that doesn't involve only the regulator itself, it also involves the industry because we're talking green airports, we're talking improvements of infrastructure and everything. So that is the main purpose why we would like to share this state action plan. So what actually is this state action plan? A state action plans are voluntary planning reporting tool for states to communicate information on activities to address carbon emissions from international civil aviation to ICAO. So we report to ICAO the state action plan. So we sit and discuss how better can we do to actually reduce carbon emissions. So then we sit as the industry as we are, and then have focal points from different entities. Then we therefore come with thoughts on bettering our operations and how we can better get the carbon emissions story addressed. Okay, this is a living document. It's not a document that we now do it and then we live and we come like it's gonna be reviewed now and then. So ICAO has aligned that this document at least must be reviewed every 3 years. We are on there. So we actually are overdue renewal of this state action plan. That's why we need you as industry to actually contribute to this state action plan. So to provide a bigger picture of state action plan activities, what is the responsibility of states? So this states' opportunity to identify measures that will contribute, that will improve fuel efficiency and reduce emissions. And then for ICAO is to assess future progress towards achievement of ICAO global aspirational goals. So you have Chinga earlier, she mentioned medium goals and long-term aspirational goals. So these are the goals that she actually was speaking about. So this is the process of state action plan. So we have what we call focal point. At this particular point is our Department of the Transport, and then we have the team itself. This includes airlines, airports, air navigation services, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Energy. Energy is core now because we have sustainable aviation fuels that they were discussed earlier. So we need you to be part of the state action plan. This is not limited because we have researchers who are actually addressing this sustainable aviation fuels currently. So we actually need them on board to contribute towards state action plan. This is not SACA state action plan as the national state action plan. That means DOT is actually Department of Transport, the minister who was represented by the deputy minister who was here, actually is the one that actually is responsible for the state action plan. But because of the type of work or the type of expertise, therefore give responsibilities or mandates to the entities to take care of state action plan. So the state will have designated state action plan focal point that communicates with the information to ICAO, and of course it doesn't exclude communication to the industry as well. And then the focal point will coordinate with ICAO, establish the national state action plan team from the state as well, and then develop state action plan. Then they submit that document to ICAO. So this is just the minimum contents that are most important in the state action plan. As the state action plan contact information, focal point contact information, the baseline, the baseline scenario is actually the international fuel consumption, CO2 emissions, and traffic data projected to 2050 at this point because we are looking at net zero 2050, so that's why we are using 2050 as the projected, as the data projected for that period. And then we have list of measures, of mitigation measures that are there. We have now 4 baskets of measures. Then the state, therefore, chooses for themselves which measures they are going to use to actually to contribute toward reduction of carbon emissions. Then we have also expected results, and then these expected results, of course, they will be with the actions of the mitigation measures that are mentioned in number 3, and then we have assistance if needed. They were talking about assistance here to say, we will need funding, we will need infrastructure improvement and all that. So this is part of assistance that may be required as part of addressing the CO2 emissions reduction. Did I miss? Okay. Okay, baseline scenario. What is baseline scenarios? Baseline scenario actually describes the historic evolution of fuel consumption, carbon emissions, and the traffic in the state, within the state, and the expected future evolution in absence of no action, of any action. Like you don't do anything, then that will be the historic evolution that we're talking about. Obviously, when there is measures that are in place to actually get to reduction, then there will be a different results towards the evolution or the data that may be present at that particular time. So looking at this basic scenario, we're looking at the key points is differentiating between international and domestic emissions. And then data from air carriers, which can be aggregated as well, and then what is understood to be estimations only. So the data that is going to be used is only estimations. It's not going to be exactly that amount of fuel burn or fuel consumption that may be by any carrier. So it's different when it comes to COSIA, because with COSIA is exactly what the fuel was burned in that particular period. They will be from January and December. But with the state action plan, we are dealing with something that actually focuses on the estimations only. Then what is international flights? We spoke about baseline scenario and then the differentiation between international and domestic. So international flight is the operation of an aircraft that take off from one aerodrome is an airport, one state of its or its territories, landing in another state. That means landing in another country. So domestic flight is actually that operates within the jurisdiction of the state, which means only in South Africa. Then historic data was obtained from ICAO. So this data that was used in the state action plan that was published in 2016 is the data that actually was obtained from ICAO. So that's the methodology used. It was to differentiate both international and domestic emissions. So they used this methodology to actually understand or identify the impacts that may be there within the data. Okay, so South Africa's baseline and collection of data, when we speak about this, is that estimation of fuel consumption and emissions for international aviation within South Africa was also collected with the assistance of that. So that information, as I've mentioned, is that it was collected with assistance of ICAO. So we didn't have this information as per state. Like we had, remember, when you don't, back then, we didn't collect information within that space, like from January to, from carriers. So now, ICAO had that information collected, so we used the information to actually come up with the baseline that is going to be to be shown in the next slide. So this was projected from 2016 until 2050. So that means our state action plan, the last time we actually have submitted it was in 2016. So this is how, the figure on the right shows that in the absence of any measures, as I've mentioned that there are measures in place. So we actually, the graph shows that if there are no measures, then this is how it will look in terms of the emissions. So So when you are doing nothing approach, there will be gradual increase in carbon emissions, and in order to contribute towards the global ICAO goal, carbon neutral growth. Remember, the Chinga mentioned that there's a medium goal. This is the medium goal that they're talking about, and then we are looking now at the long-term aspiration goal, which is net zero by 2050. So the measures were selected by South Africa. So when you look at the graph, it just shows the green line there. It shows the international CO2 emission in kgs. But when we submit to ICAO, we submit them in tons. So the better way locally is to use mostly the kgs. And then we have international fuel that is used in liters, that is actually in liters there. And then we have the RTK. So RTK shows that it's actually below the international CO2 emissions. And then what are this basket of carbon dioxide mitigation measures? We have aircraft technology. So this is the first ever global carbon certification standard for new types and in production of planes, in production of aeroplanes. Fast-paced innovation, new designs, very interesting ones. So probably when Chinga was mentioning, he was saying that, no, you do not have to change aircraft technology in this stage. When sustainable aviation fuels are introduced, you can use the same aircraft to actually for sustainable aviation fuel as well. So you don't need new technology, but still it is still one of the measures to actually mitigate that. But we do not have it as South Africa. We didn't choose it as South Africa. We will see what we chose actually as the measures that we can do according to our capability as a country. So we have operational improvement. This is CO2 benefits from air traffic management, air navigation, and grip airports. Some of the next slide will show some of all these measures that we have as well. And then we have sustainable aviation fuel. This topic has been exhausted in the last 2 sessions. So I will not dwell much on it. And then we have market-based measures, which is carbon offsetting and reduction scheme for international aviation. This is basically COSIA. Well, what are these measures that we as South Africa have chosen? You might not see the table very well, but this part is 2012, and then we have 2014 second bottom, and we have 2015 on the third bottom on the second column. So I'll just say the numbers for the purposes of those who cannot see what is on the screen. So we have improved air traffic. This is basically information from the ATNS. So it shows that there is capability in South Africa. We just need to actually improve or engage or collaborate in order to actually reach the goal, however possible that we can, looking at our capabilities. So South Africa has embarked on a project to align the South African fixed route structure to support performance-based navigation implementation. So ATNS has given us this information based on what they have embarked as them to contribute to the reduction of CO2 emissions. So the project is aimed at reducing track miles for aircraft operating in the route environment, which reduces fuel burn, emissions, and works towards environmental sustainability. I just like it because from yesterday, all the speakers were talking environmental sustainability. It means we are starting, we are almost there. So this is a very interesting thing. So these are just measures that they used for the purposes of PBN that is mentioned there. So we have another complementary measure, which is aviation fuels. Now we're talking sustainable aviation fuel. We know that most of us know that SAA had a project on Solaris. That's in the previous in 2016. The first flight that they had was in 2016. So this project was in the far north. So it means that South Africa is capable. They have the feedstock. They can actually produce either biofuel or sustainable aviation fuel or low carbon fuel. So capability is there. It's just a matter of ensuring that those experts or organizations that can contribute to this are in place and we can do a better in terms of contributing to carbon emissions net zero. So SAA had the first flight in the African continent, that's in 2016, that actually flew on biofuel. So it means that those who know, they will know this is the biggest aircraft. They will know it's the biggest of 737 to 800, operated by between Johannesburg and Cape Town, and made history for the first sustainable biofuel flights to have taken place in the whole continent. So it shows that South Africa is capable. We are the first to fly biofuel. It means that should we contribute to what's sustainable aviation fuels as well, we can actually do it. And that at the same time contributes to the state action plan, because we write measures that we are capable to do as the state. So it's not something that they say, do this. That's a bad matter of saying that, are you capable of doing this? What else can you do better to actually contribute that? And then we have airport improvement as well. So there's a reduced electricity demand and preferred cleaner energy sources. So normally on annual basis, we do what we call surveillance. We will see how much airports do to actually contribute to saving energy in the airports, like your sensitive lights, like a lot of things. It's a lot that they do. There is also solar PVs as well at the airports. So this means that the project can be used as part of the measures that we actually use to contribute to energy reduction. So, and then we have also COSIA, which is the scheme that is now implemented by South Africa. The good thing is that South Africa, we got information at first hand, we are actually contributing to Southern African transfer in terms of capacity building as well. So operators know that annually we will ask information from them based on the requirements in terms of Annex 16, Volume 4. Okay, so these are the frequently asked questions on state action plans. So I thought maybe I should bring them here. When you have a question, I don't have to answer at the end. So these are the questions that I asked. So there are top 10 votes, but I sampled them for the purposes of ensuring that this presentation doesn't take that long. And I actually chose the ones that I think they will be more relevant at this stage. So ICAO has been able to identify 10 top reasons, the top 10 reasons for developing and submitting a state action plan. So the first reason was to develop a better understanding of share and projections of international aviation CO2 emissions, enhance cooperation between all aviation stakeholders that can positively reflect in their operation areas, identification of the most relevant mitigation measures, and also streamlining policies. So enhance and also continuously enhancing stakeholder support and understanding for policy decisions, establishment of cross-sectoral partnerships, promotion of capacity building. I've mentioned capacity building. We also part of capacity building as well in COSIA. Multiplication of environmental effects of mitigation measures, facilitation of technology transfer, and identification of assistance where it's needed. I've mentioned financial assistance and all that. So who is involved in the state action plan? I have mentioned, there was a graph at the beginning that those are the ones that are actually involved in the state action plan, and this is not limited to what you see on the screen. And then, what does a state action plan on what does the state action plan on carbon emissions reduction activity contains. At a minimum, the following information is contained in the state action plan. This is what I explained before to say, we're talking about baseline scenario where I've spoken about difference between international and also domestic, and then selected measures, which are basket of measures that are four, and we have chosen which one we can go for because of our capability, and there are also results that are expected in terms of those measures being implemented. Okay, so the last one would be, what is the relationship between state action plan and COSIA? You have heard me talking about here and there, COSIA comes into place because sustainable aviation fuels, state action plan, COSIA, they are interlinked due to their main purpose to actually, which the bigger picture is there to the document that the state action plan is a document that captures information related to all state activities related to addressing carbon emissions from international civil aviation. Whereas COSIA is an element in that state action plan, it's an element of basket measures. So relevant actions by the state to implement, for relevant actions by the state to implement COSIA can be included in the state action plan. So COSIA is a basket measure that is used to reduce carbon emissions. So it is included in the state action plan as part of the measures to actually reduce CO2 emissions. And then please also note that the baseline scenario in terms of the present and the future emissions projections established by state in the state action plans is different from the one in the COSIA. I think I've mentioned that now the baseline in the baseline by the time the questions were asked, it was for 2019 and 2020. I always want to come with this because normally when the assembly resolve on something, people still root to the previous baseline. So now it changed to 85% of 2019. So, however, the information reported to the state through COSIA MRB system, which is the monitoring, reporting, and verification system, can serve as a base for the fuel consumption and emissions, carbon emissions data in the state action plan. So we come forward to see this is the support that is actually required for a focal point from airports and navigation services, all those that were mentioned in terms of what is needed for the national team to actually have a good or quality state action plan to contribute towards this. And then representative for the National Committee of the State Action Plan, we're also talking fuel experts and researchers as well, so, and compliance personnel as well. You know, the state action plan, everything comes with compliance when it comes to regularity matters. And that will be the end from my side. I will ask for questions.
Aviation Environmental Compliance Specialist, Evelyn Jole, thank you so much for that detailed presentation. I see you a step ahead there with the frequently asked questions, but let's just check in the room and feel the temperature. If there's any question that is burning to ask Evelyn. Any hand that we have in the room? Anyone with a hand that I don't see? All right, seems like you might have covered a good chunk of the questions that might have been there. But thank you so much, Evelyn. Thank you so much for that presentation. A warm round of applause, please. Thank you, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to almost the near of our day 2 conference session today, there's just been a request for you to please have some patience. So we're thinking now, change in plans, that we might as well wrap the event by having our mental health session now, and then we break for lunch once the program is concluded after the mental health. Do we feel like a few more minutes? And then we can break for lunch, and then the day's over and we can network and have conversations, because we only have one session left for mental health. Thank you. I try. You know, it's negotiations, bribing, goes a long way. I know it's not ethical to stand it, but I did my best. I tried to say, DC, I mean, come on, let's just do this thing and then have lunch afterwards. So you agree that we can have our last panel session and then we conclude day 2 and we can have lunch in the rest of the day. We all agree? Perfect. Thank you so much for your cooperation. So with that being said, I already set up the guests and the panelists so they get mic'd up because I knew you'd say yes. So I already set up everyone. They're on standby and I'm just going to introduce them one by one. When I do, please come a bit closer and you may take to your seat. Let's kickstart the mental health session. Quite important to ensure that the well-being and health of all the aviation, industry experts and personnel is adhered to. But of course, helping us to take this conversation forward is a panel of experts that have been dealing with this matter for many years in as far as tracking statistics as well as dealing with any innovative solutions health-wise to ensure and assure the health and well-being of all those who work within aviation. So please help me welcome to the fore the Senior Medical Assessor this at SACAR, Dr. Bernice Mashabu. May you please come to the fore. Please welcome her with a round of applause. Alongside Dr. Mashabu is Dr. Anesha Pillay, neuropsychiatrist, SACAR Aeromedical Committee member. Thank you so much, Dr. Pillay. A round of applause to the good doc. We're also joined by aviation human factors specialist from Mayday SA, Colonel Andrea MK. Please come on to the fore, and thank you so much for joining us. A round of applause. Last but not least, we're also joined by the MD of Elco Safe, Mr. Race Evans. Thank you so much for joining us. So please take to your seat. Please welcome him as well with a round of applause. A healthy round of applause, please. This is mental health. There you go. All right, let me get closer to you as we delve into this one. And thank you so much for adjusting. I knew you took some time to get you all mic'd up, but of course, you join into the cause. So let's kickstart this one with, I suppose, some stats, data, and numbers as to why we're having this conversation to begin with. Surely you've identified that there is a problem, there's been a problem, in as far as mental health and well-being is concerned in aviation. Dr. Mashabu, if I may just start with you. What are the stats saying? What is the reality in as far as mental health is concerned in aviation?
Can you hear me?
Well, can you hear us? Please test again, Doc.
Better?
There we go.
Good. So mental health is a global issue. It's said that at least 1 out of 8 people worldwide live with a mental condition. And aviators are no exception. The magnitude of mental health disorders in the aviation sector is not as yet well known. But at least in the past 10 years prior to COVID, we were seeing at least 20% of the cases that were presented to the Aeromedical Committee with mental issues.
Dr. Pillay, if I may just come in there, and please, thanks team for helping me with sound. Dr. Pillay, when we talk of mental health issues, what are we talking about here? Perhaps give us examples and some of the most top-rated, mental health issues that you also identify in aviation.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that from what we've seen on the committee, but in general, really in our practice of mental health, one of the biggest issues in South Africa, and this comes out of, it's an old study, it's the SASH study, which I think is pretty well known, with some updates, by about 2013. So we don't know what's happened since COVID, and it's definitely, the trend has increased. But one of the highest prevalences is the anxiety disorders. Then we have depression. Substance use is a huge emerging problem that is affecting aviation. And then we have, attention deficit disorder, which remains a very difficult situation that we often have to grapple with when we're dealing with aviators. After that, I think some of the other issues depend on, what's presenting. It may be unique presentations like obsessive compulsive disorder, autism disorder we've seen. But by and large, I would say the majority are around anxiety, depression, ADHD, substance use disorders.
Andrea, do we know what the causes are? I mean, when we assess and also try and address mental health issues, particularly in aviation, do we know what the root cause is?
Thank you so much. We all have the same operating system. Human is human.
Yeah.
The fact that you're an air traffic controller or a pilot doesn't make you immune to, in terms of this. But life is evolving. Aviation is evolving. The whole system is so complex. And we have to change the whole time. And that's why I think Mayday is so a beautiful instrument to really monitor as we go through different stages to get the data. But that is so important to integrate with crew resource management, with safety systems, to see how we can evolve. So personally, there's not really one particular thing that is that's got the effect. But humans are responding in terms of family challenges, in terms of environmental challenges, and respond differently. But luckily, pilots are very resilient. We select them like that. And that is where Mayday is a very short-term coaching, where we just get them to bounce back.
I'm glad you mentioned this because, you know, for someone that's not operating in the aviation industry, maybe the reasoning capacity may be a bit naive and immature here. Because one would wonder, I mean, you're a pilot, you travel the world, why are you stressed? You know, why are you stressed? But there's so much because human beings, humanness is at the center of this. There's so much happening around, of course, that responsibility, for example, as a pilot, to ensure that the journey is safe and secure, and one underestimates that, I think, at times. But when I come to you, Race, I mean, let's talk about AlcoSave. How do you address the sensitive issue of mental health in the aviation industry, especially when we talk of examples given before of, let's say, anxiety and substance abuse?
Okay, thank you very much for having me. So, in terms of our sort of speciality, what we do is we focus really on mitigating or reducing substance abuse problems within any industry. So the experience that we have comes from construction, mining, and related to aviation would be the closest would be passenger rail. So all those sectors went through this change, and what we see is that where there's increased mental stresses, people look for coping mechanisms. So one of those coping mechanisms is substance abuses. So substances like alcohol and drugs, and they do sort of serve as a crutch for a short amount of time, but what happens is that they actually escalate those mental challenges that people have, and of course they decrease the safety of the people that are operating in the sector as well.
Right. When we talk of mental health, and as a matter of fact, I think post-COVID, when we have conversations as significant as this, we always compare pre-COVID, post-COVID. And Dr. Bernice, I mean, when we look at the numbers again, what did they tell you pre-COVID, and did you notice a gap or a change post-COVID?
A significant one, especially relating to generalized anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorders, because quite a number of people were affected by post-COVID. And aviators, like I said, are human, and they're not immune to any of the stresses that we experience in the public sector. So they are prone to financial stresses, they have marital problems, and of course, they do grieve like any other person.
Also, if I may come to you, Dr. Pillay, when we talk about the different examples that you've given us of, either substance abuse or anxiety that aviators may, experience, have you seen a difference in how pilots go through and handle pressure compared to cabin crew, compared to those who deal with the admin within the office? Have you seen a change or a difference between how pressure is handled, but also the different types of mental illnesses that each responsibility holds?
So I don't think there's a marked difference in terms of the different types of disorders that each of these categories of aviators actually present with. However, I do think that at the end of the day, as we've discussed, pilots are selected based on resilience factors. one of the resisting factors in terms of navigating that space of mental health is how good your resilience factors are versus your risk factors. And risk factors are numerous. I mean, they could be anything from genetics, because that's what people have, family histories of illness, in addition to psychosocial events, etc. So we do see a difference from that point of view. But here's where the problem lies, is one category has huge responsibility in terms of ensuring that 300, 400 passengers get to a place safely, versus perhaps working in an admin role where, as important as it may be, it may not hold the same level of responsibility. So I think from that point of view, we do see a slight difference in how they manage it. And there's also a sense of, I'm stronger than this. I can actually do this. I'm a pilot. I'm meant to navigate this. As a result of that, we may encounter delays in seeking treatment, or perhaps a reluctance, or reducing medication prematurely because, they really do not want to be seen as someone who is suffering from a mood disorder. But at the end of the day, we need to ensure that our aviators are safe, irrespective of which role they play.
Absolutely. Yeah. And in as far as, Andrea, crew resource management is concerned, what role can they play to offer that support system of mental health and well-being, of course, to aviation teams?
That is a crucial, can you hear me? Can you still hear me?
Yeah. Can we
a crucial part, and as prescribed by ICAO, CRM is compulsory.
Can you hear her? Can you have the mic as well, please? Please try testing.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there we go.
As prescribed by ICAO, CRM is compulsory annually. Unfortunately, not for single pilots, which is kind of a problem. CRM is a huge opportunity to integrate safety.
Thank you, Tim.
CRM is such a huge.
There we go.
CRM, maybe I have to say it 3 times because it's really a great opportunity for self-awareness, to educate the field, to destigmatize emotion, because the average pilot do have actually this cowboys do not cry image because it is expected of the industry. And that is where Mayday and CRM can work together to really raise that awareness, acknowledge emotion and how it's working for you, not against you, and change the whole perspective we have currently.
Right. And I'm glad you mentioned that point, because there's a lot of stigma associated with mental health or even seeking help. And Royce, I mean, for you as well, how do you help address that stigma and further encourage people, especially even in aviation, to go seek help if ever they know that they need help, or they can spot a colleague or a loved one that needs help? How do you help them to understand that it's okay to seek help?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it's very difficult for a lot of people to ask for help. People are afraid of being put into a box and sort of labeled as someone that is struggling and needs help, whereas actually everyone needs a little bit of help every now and then. So what we like to see is organizations or companies within the aviation sector actually proactively doing awareness on this, giving people the information to make them aware that there are problems, it's okay to have problems, and you should come forward and ask for help if you have those problems. They don't always come forward, and a lot of the time you almost have forced assistance where a person unfortunately goes through a stressful time. They might delve into substances. If they didn't test positive on testing equipment, which is trying to pick up those problems, then they actually get that opportunity to take help without having to ask for it, because we've seen that across all the sectors that we work in, and a lot of the time people are grateful for that. It's kind of a relief to them. Someone has found me, someone is offering me an olive branch, and I'm going to take it. So that's what we want to do.
Whereas I think, to add on to your point, another form of forced assistance is health assessments that do occur. And perhaps, your employer is able to spot if there's a problem that needs addressing as far as mental health and well-being is concerned. And Dr. Mashapua, I want to discuss that role, just briefly with you. Mental health assessments, as well as which I understand are conducted in medical certification processes for pilots. Take me through that role and its significance.
Okay, so previously there were a few conditions that were not allowed. They were just disqualifying. An example will be depression and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. But then aviation authorities don't work in silo. They engage other stakeholders like ALPA and other support groups. So there was a study conducted by ALPA between, I think they looked at about 1,200 pilots between 1997 and 2001. And these pilots were diagnosed with depression. And the study was all about checking whether they will be free to come up with their condition and if they will be continuing with their medication. At least 60% of those indicated that they won't take any medication because medication is disqualifying, and they will continue flying.
Yeah.
15% of those said, we won't disclose, but we will continue taking the medication. Only 25% said, okay, those are the good citizens. We'll stop flying and we'll declare our condition. And based on that, I think authorities had to go back to the drawing board and say, does it help to disqualify people on conditions or medication? And that's where they decided that people with depression will be allowed to fly, will choose the medication that has less side effects, and will put them on protocol, and they will be monitored on a regular basis. So that is actually, it was welcomed by the aviators. The other condition that we have serious challenges with is attention deficit disorder. A lot of kids are not labeled per se, but they are put on on medication for ADHD just to increase their concentration as scholars. The medication would include drugs like Ritalin and Concerta. Maybe some of you will know those drugs. But then, when they apply for their medical certification, it becomes a challenge. And some of them, for the first time, they have to be properly assessed by psychiatrists and psychologists to check if they indeed have the condition or it was just, so it's costly for the kids who come into the aviation sector applying for medical certification. The other challenge that we have is applicants with culture-bound syndrome.
Right.
Yeah. Those applicants who have ancestral callings, we find it very challenging to address and label them, although they are also exposed to the same assessment that we require from anyone who presents with bizarre behavior.
Yeah. If I may just stay with that point with you, Dr. Mashapo, what do you do then in that instance? When you do have, for example, as you mentioned, those personnels or young students or, even just pilots, etc., that have ancestral callings, so African ancestral callings, what do you do?
I think on our part, because there's not much is documented in that space, we usually just send them for a psychiatrist assessment and a psychological assessment. And maybe after they finish their training, be reassessed properly. Because initially they present with hallucinations, and it can be tricky, and I don't think people will be comfortable being flown by someone who's seeing people that you don't see or hearing voices that no one else hears. But I can ask
I was about
Dr.
to take it to
Pillay
the neuropsychiatrist.
to
I I was about to take it to the neuropsychiatrist. I was like, Dr. Pillay, we need your help. Perhaps, add on to that point, your view, but also any of the other challenges that you also experience when diagnosing mental health issues in this industry.
So culture-bound syndrome remains something that is not unique to a South African culture, but perhaps, better identified and addressed in terms of our training in South Africa. So in our manual, which is called our DSM manual, we actually have culture-bound syndromes as part of the curriculum that we learn about, which helps us to then differentiate culture-bound syndromes from other disorders like bipolar disorders, schizophrenia, and a condition we call temporal lobe epilepsy, which is an excluding condition in aviation. So I think a very important part is to respect, what this means to the particular person, but also to help them understand why this may impede their ability to fly or to be involved in aviation at that point. Our job then is to look at this and to try and differentiate. Are we dealing with one of these major psychiatric disorders I mentioned, or are we dealing with the culture-bound syndrome?
Yeah.
From my experience, and I've dealt a lot with culture-bound syndrome, we would then also consult, with traditional healers who work in our mental health space. And they often will say, this is culture-bound, that is not. So it helps us to sort of get a sense. So a lot of us are quite au fait with this if we've come from long years in the public sector. But I will say that this remains a very, very difficult area.
Yeah.
And I think only until initiation has passed, et cetera, and all the different, perhaps rituals, I should say, does the patient look, can we actually see what we're dealing with?
Right. And I think it goes back to the point, Dr. Mashapu, that you made around documenting. A lot of documentation still needs to happen.
Yes.
A lot of data collection and research still need to be conducted to further help and support you as you try and maneuver through finding that balance and giving the best possible, outcome to, the patient or individual involved. And that leads me to my next question to you, Colonel Andrea, about data and analytics. How do you incorporate data and analytics, if at all, into your work to specifically identify trends and areas of improvement in aviation mental health?
Yes, so we definitely have data of even seasonal things that can happen to see if we can find trends and then use the data to inform and educate the industry of really what are we dealing with. And then also to train us, because you have to remember, we are volunteer people in the industry, air traffic controllers. We are not psychologists, but we do train according to what we get and ultimately then to communicate to the industry because it is a system we're operating in. It is not, we cannot look at it only from an individual side.
Absolutely. Race, from your perspective, how do you see the field of aviation mental health evolving? AlcoSafe now as well within the field, offering the best possible services in this regard. How do you see the field, evolving? But also, what advancements of innovations is also AlcoSafe currently exploring?
Yeah, so I think how I see us evolving is basically to look at what we've done in the past and also to look at other countries and see how they've progressed. So, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel here. These issues have been around for a long time. Yes, they are getting worse, but we should take lessons where lessons can be learned. What we saw is a number of studies done in other countries. There was a study done between, I think if I remember correctly, 2015 and 16. The FAA did a study where they conducted around 56,000 drug and alcohol tests on people in the aviation sector. And some of the results are very interesting. I think they had much worse drug testing, much worse drug problem than alcohol problem, which was quite unique because in South Africa, alcohol tends to be the bigger of the problems. I think they had over 1,000 positive tests during that period of people working in the aviation sector and only around 130 odd alcohol tests. And then if you look at other areas, other countries, places like India where they're doing compulsory testing of every single pilot before they fly. And still, the last sort of study I checked was a 2018 study. was between January and sort of September, so a very short time period. And even with compulsory testing of pilots, they had somewhere between 10 and 15 pilots testing positive, even though they knew they were going to be tested. So if we look at that and we see, what are the lessons to be learned? The lessons to be learned are there's problems, because as we said, we are humans, whatever sector you're working in, and we all face the same problems and challenges. So those problems are there. How do we stop it? How do we reduce it? We use awareness and education, and unfortunately we have to use physical measures of actual testing, and then providing support for those people so that they can understand that is a human problem and they can get assistance and this problem can be overcome.
Yeah, well, thanks for that, Race. Absolutely. And as we continue to engage on, mental health issues, I hope this is not a conversation that will end at the CSIR, but that it will continue, of course, with our loved ones. And I'm sure you know the phrase, check in on your funniest friends, check in on your good friends, the ones that don't have the problems, check in on them. Check in on them, because there might be, something there in terms of them wanting help and you recognizing that. And just my last question to you before we close. This is my last round to you, and then we're going to try and do something different, which I'm hoping will be a takeaway for all of us here in the room. But in my last line of questioning, starting with you, Dr. Mashapu, I just want to find out, how does SACA engage with international organizations and regulatory bodies just to share their best international practices, right, and address global mental health challenges in aviation? Obviously, as SACA, you have a more South African context. We're also talking, Africa when we discuss issues of sustainable development. But how do you engage with those international bodies to reach the best possible international best practices in addressing mental health?
Okay, SACA, we are a signatory to ICAO. And like I've indicated earlier, we don't work in silos. We benchmark. Even when we come up with protocols, we would have looked at what other countries do or how they address those conditions. But it's comforting to know that SACA encourages empowerment and support groups like peer support groups and Mayday. This in balancing personal and public safety to ensure that the safety goals of aviation safety are supported. So that's what we do. I also believe that knowledge is key. Training is of paramount importance. So we have, whatever we learn, we share with industry. The aviation medical examiners are trained on medical health issues. We hold a number of workshops. We call in experts to come and educate us on mental health issues. We also conduct some workshops. We call Mayday, ALPA, to come and just educate everybody. And I think in that way, if you understand what's wrong with you, how to deal with certain things, then I think you address the problem better. Most people, they are fearful. They don't want to come up because, like you said, mental health disorders are still very stigmatized. And we don't talk a lot about it. In the past, in the 19th century, people with leprosy were sent to Robben Island. And we shouldn't be treating mental health like leprosy.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Mashapu. As I come to you, Dr. Pillay, perhaps can you share with us a notable case, perhaps even a success story of how, early detection or even just addressing issues of mental health earlier on produce better results?
In terms of aviation?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I think, if I call on some of the cases that we see, essentially if we have an aviator who is willing to come forward and we guide them in terms of access to treatment and making sure that they're following the protocol, and they are treated with by a team that actually understands that aviation has particular prerequisites, for example, there's certain medications we don't use, etc., then I think, we've seen many success stories where they may stay on medication perhaps for 6 months to a year, wean off medication, they remain stable, they may remain on the mood protocol so we can monitor, but once we see that this is an aviator that's doing well, I don't think that we discriminate against them in terms of maintaining them within the boundaries of that mood protocol or anxiety protocol, whatever we're dealing with. Perhaps where we run into a problem is where we have psychiatrists or psychologists who may not give us a true reflection of what has happened in the process. Because the job of the treating professional is to ensure that the patient is completely stable. But at the same time, if you know that you're dealing with aviation, and this is part of our job, is to make sure that our colleagues are aware, there are, definitive restrictions. So if you can work within that space and get someone well, we have a pretty good outcome, and we have many of those stories that we've seen, including ones with ADHD, etc. So we can do it.
Yeah, it's possible, and there's evidence to back it up.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Doc. Colonel Andrea, to you, what initiatives are currently underway to address the mental health impacts of automation and technological changes perhaps currently taking place in aviation?
Thank you. That one is definitely lagging behind at the moment, and I think it's because people are not working together. The industry is not taking hands and see this as a global threat, and there I have to honor General Barker. That was really my icon and mentor in automation, and I will always think of him and honor him if I hear the word automation. And he would have loved to be here today, but that's something we definitely lagging behind, and that is where I do my PhD in brainwaves and how the brainwaves are in the future going to help in working together towards mental health.
Thank you so much, Andrea, for that. And I suppose, lastly, to you, Race, as we continue to engage on, issues around mental health, what is your closing takeaway for all individuals and organizations, stakeholders, partners, all gathered in the room, in terms of how we can all collaboratively address the issue of mental health and not just place it on the role of the medical company or healthcare worker, but how can we help ALCOSAFE in ensuring that we also understand that mental health is a collaborative issue?
Yeah, I think everyone has to take responsibility for educating themselves and getting themselves into programs or into a space where they are willing to listen, to take in information, rather than forming an opinion. It is very good that I think worldwide, in most countries, we're starting to see mental health as a treatable problem. It's not something for weak people, like that was the perception of the past. The strongest people in the world struggle with mental issues. And I think everyone needs to really take that responsibility on themselves and say, guys, this is a problem. It's happening more and more. The stresses in the world are getting worse and worse. People need help. And let's make sure we can identify symptoms of people starting to develop sort of worse mental health issues, and let's offer them the assistance that they need, and let's not push them out into the cold, because those are good people, and with a little bit of help, they'll be on the straight road again. So I think it's everyone's personal responsibility to make sure that you understand that these problems are everywhere, they can affect anyone, and it's possible to give people help. If you just extend them that opportunity, most people will take help.
Thank you so much, Race. Thank you so much. And I guess it reminds me of one of the themes one of our speakers referred to yesterday about unlearning, learning, and relearning. So when it comes to mental health, that's another homework for all of us to do. Panelists, I have to leave it here. Before I do, though, and I hope that we'd all pay attention to this, because I think this will be a personal gift and takeaway to all of us, myself included. Let me phrase it this way. Share with us one word that you would like to leave us with, in as far as mental health is concerned, for us to consider, that will also motivate us to take action on our mental health, on our children, on our loved ones, on our colleagues, that will always remember, Ray saying that information is important. Dr. Mashabi, if I may start with you, what's that one word that you would like to leave us with so that we may remember it when we think of mental health and our well-being?
Okay.
Wow. Sorry, I know it was a bit of a zama
It's
zama,
fine.
loto. I know we had to just spice it up here.
Okay, let's treat mental health like any other physical condition. Let's talk about it.
Yeah. So your one word is?
One word is...
I know I'm putting you on the spot, sorry, Doc.
Let's choose empowerment over shame regarding mental illness.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Vashapu. Dr. Pillay, your word for the
It's
day.
very hard to give you one word. I'm going to say one thing. It's okay not to be okay.
Thank you so much, Doc. Andrea?
It's a relationship. Everything goes about relationship. That is networking and do this together.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Grace?
For me, I think it would be awareness. Yeah, definitely awareness. Make yourself aware of people around you. Notice little changes that people are going through, because noticing that little change can make a big difference to that person.
Thank you so much. A round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much. And just before I let them go, any questions whatsoever in the room around what's been discussed that's burning that anyone would like to ask? Yes, I see a hand in the middle. I see a hand in the front. May we please get the mics to the gentleman? Thank you, team. We'll just start in the front here because I think the mic is closest. While we try and get another mic next to the camera in the middle, please remain your hand up so that they can locate you. Thank you so much. Your question, please.
Thanks. I'm not quite sure it's a question, but it's a comment, it's a contribution. I'm happy to see Colonel MK there. We've worked together in the past. My name is General Ngema, and I've been in aviation. I just like the manner in which the gentleman has mentioned that people need to inform themselves, and we have to you have to study things. What we have dealt with here are like the normal, run-of-the-mill problems that affect pilots or aviators. There's one maybe sensitive subject you're not touching. The Deputy Minister this morning mentioned the period we've gone through in terms of transformation. And he also mentioned the distribution as we see us now in the room. The demographics have greatly improved since, let's say, 1994. But what we have not dealt with is when the black aviators came in, the kind of difficult problems the difficulties they faced were not maybe because of maybe home-induced stimulants to stress, but work-induced, whereby in most cases the incoming had to like double prove themselves that they belong in the space of aviation. It was very difficult. And most of them fell out after what happened to them, being put under severe stress in terms of time even to learn how to fly. Them dropping out, and because of the condition they ended up in, they became judged on that to even prove why they had to vacate that space. Now, I do believe that aviation affects all that play in that space, in aviation, and that whatever we create that causes a person to end up being a risk, in itself we should all take responsibility over that the players in there must take responsibility to ensure that the environment is made conducive for, must be an enabling environment instead of a stressing environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that point. Systematic traits, they may, probably aware or unaware, influence our mental health in aviation. So you also had your hand up.
Thank you very much, Douglas Saran. So as you were mentioning about the compulsory drug tests in India, it just got me thinking in terms of our local legislation, what are the rules considering the decriminalization of marijuana, for example? What steps are taken domestically to ensure that our pilots on each flight are are not under the influence of intoxicating substances, and then also considering the fluctuating, like with mental illness, you can have a good day and you can have a bad day. How do we ensure that people that do have mental illness that are still allowed to fly, that they are in a good state on that specific flight? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Who wants to take it?
Okay.
Dr. Mashap.
Yes. Okay. Cannabis it's allowed in South Africa, but from the aviation safety perspective, any psychoactive medication that will alter your mental well-being is just not allowed. But if you were on such a substance and you are aware, you decide that you want to stop, you are afforded an opportunity to apply again to the aviation medical sector, and you will be exposed, you will be required to undergo certain tests. You have to be seen by a psychiatrist and a psychologist. You have to also undergo a toxicology screen, and if it's negative and the two reports are favorable, you sign a declaration that you won't be continuing with the use. You might be afforded an opportunity to get a fit medical license, but then you will be exposed to random testing. That is on substance abuse. So smoking, alcohol, we can all drink, but then you can't be intoxicated and still go and work in any environment.
All right. Thanks, Dr. Mashab. Dr. Pillay?
So I think that's really an excellent point of discussion for us, because the decriminalization and legalization of cannabis has brought a whole new era of problems into the mental health field. And I just want to point to latest research that shows, which is something we suspected for a very long time, that you actually do lose cognitive points once you are actually using cannabis for, on a regular basis for prolonged periods. And if the younger you are, if you're using it for shorter periods, it equally has a problem. So we're not dealing with something that because it grows out of the ground, it's okay. We're dealing with something that has specific receptors in the brain, and once it damages it, the reaction times are slower. Memory gets impacted. So, this is something that we have to put out there, that it's not necessarily because it's now decriminalized or legalized that this is actually okay. So I think we have to look at now measures in terms of upgrading the assessments and the understanding that aviation staff have in terms of cannabis use, and perhaps looking at more rigid testing.
Absolutely. Well, Dr. Pillay, thank you for that contribution. Dr. Mashap, we thank you as well.
Do you mind if I
Cornel
add
and
something?
Jer. All right, briefly, please.
Sorry, just from a private sector side of things, there is airlines in South Africa that are proactively testing. They've taken that upon themselves, so it's outside of the scope of CA. But for an example, SAFAir has been very proactive with their testing. There is other companies as well, and they have their own instrumentation that they use. So they use saliva-based tests for screening for drugs of safety critical staff and pilots. And they also have breathalyzers which they use to test randomly. They also do pre-employment testing as well. So they have that around the country, and they are actively trying to reduce that through a strong deterrent effect. So there is some sort of private involvement there and proactively trying to test and stop people from flying. So.
Thank you, and hope that answers you. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. Please give them a warm round of applause and hopefully a very enriching conversation for you. Thank you so much. I'm assuming we'll have a photo op before we hand over for a vote of thanks. You can come closer. Right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for such a fulfilling and enriching conversation. Another warm round of applause, please, for that conversation. Thank you, panelists. I didn't see you. Yes, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the end of our session, and I think it's only befitting to have a vote of thanks to acknowledge everyone who came and contributed to our two-day conference, the 2024 National Aviation Conference. If I have to be, honest, in my very biased opinion, has been quite a learning curve and really enriching with knowledge, but also a sense of collaboration in the room where you're all ready to work together. But let me leave that responsibility and introduce my next speaker, who will be giving us the vote of thanks, the chairperson of the Human Resource Committee at SACA. Please help me welcome to give this vote of thanks to Bulelwa Koyana.
Not yet? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Program Director. You shook my hand, so I start with you. Now, our Honorable Deputy Minister has already left us together with our chairperson, but we certainly wish to acknowledge them. Our fellow board members from all the entities that are here with us today, the Director of Civil Aviation, Ms. Poppy Koza, the CEOs of the aviation entities and associations that are present here, different speakers and panel members who formed part of the 2024 NAC, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I consider it a privilege to be offering this vote of thanks to all our wonderful guests and dignitaries that have made time to be part of these 2 days of the 2024 National Aviation Conference. We have definitely witnessed a world-class event with incredible engagements. I have no doubt that everyone present for this NAC will depart with insights that truly advocate for aviation safety, security, and sustainability. Over the 2 days, we have received case studies of global trends that are likely to impact our aviation business in future and the integration of RPES and advanced air mobility. We received updates on aviation safety culture in South Africa, and we explored the impact of cybersecurity and sustainable aviation fuels, to name a few of these intriguing topics that were on the menu. Our panelists and subject matter experts deserve a definite round of applause for the captivating insights they shared with us since yesterday. We do trust that we met your expectations, and I must echo the words of our Honorable Deputy Minister when he said that we can never bargain on matters that relate to air transport safety, security, and functionality. After having listened to the deliberations, I have no doubt that the aviation sector is indeed well cared for, while the contribution of the past 2 days is a confirmation that there is indeed a need for continuity for aviation business for the next generation of aviators, long after we have left our roles. To the Director of Civil Aviation, Ms. Poppy Koza, we have indeed taken steps in the right direction with meeting the needs of our industry as our most valuable stakeholders with these mind-provoking conversations. I would like to congratulate you and your staff for having put together for such an impactful event. Can we give them a round of applause? With this, I acknowledge the presence of all the captains of industry, I thank you for your constant feedback and views that are providing pathways towards sector excellence. Let us therefore continue the dialogue and the conversations. There is no topic that is sensitive if growth is our main goal. I thank you all, esteemed guests, for the attendance, and I wish you well as you begin to embark on your different journeys around the country. Please travel safely. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bulelwa Koyana, for that vote of thanks. Thank you for welcoming us, SACA, to the National Aviation Conference. You've been great hosts, making sure that not only are we well taken care of, but we are enriched with a lot of insights, knowledge, but also from your organization in understanding where you are in taking your role, in placing your role at the forefront of all that needs to be done with international best practices as a regulator to ensure aviation safe, security, and sustainability. So I think let's give SACA a warm round of applause for being a leader in this regard and taking the initiative to bringing us all in the room so that we can witness the amazing work they're doing, but also extending a hand for more collaboration with their key stakeholders and partners. So thank you once again to the SACA executives, the DCA, the staff members, the board, the chairperson. I know I missed a protocol somewhere, but please, everyone is important just for now. Thank you so much for ensuring that we have really an enriching 2 days. But also thank you, distinguished guests, for taking the time to come out and show commitment to the success of aviation, not only in the country, in the continent, and the world at large. I mean, South Africa, I'm seeing, localness here with a global presence. And you really are deserving of another warm round of applause to yourselves, really for being leaders and showing commitment. Thank you so much for that. As we close off, from myself as your program director, it's been an absolute pleasure being your singer. With the national anthem, I had to dig deep within the core of my voice cell somewhere. You allowed me, you bared with me. I have to change the program to accommodate what we can. You bared with me. Thank you so much for really being an amazing audience, and I hope that we'll see more growth and progress in aviation as we continue to strengthen safety, security, and sustainability within the sector. So as we close off the 2024 National Aviation Conference, I'm looking forward to your feedback forms. Please do engage with us about how your experience went from yesterday until today, but also do enjoy your lunch and